I'd like to call to order the Westerly Town Council meeting, regular meeting for Monday, July 27th, 2026. All councils are expected to be here. It's Councilor Aiello, Councilor Petra. We have a full council. First on the agenda is the invocation by Councilor Shilaba.
I just want to mention tonight that we're already honoring our veterans for the Korea War and Purple Heart. And come in a couple of weeks, we also should honor them for VJ Day. For without them and without our veterans ever, we wouldn't have the freedom that we have in America. And while I'm at it, I just want to congratulate Bill Ciano to be the Rhode Island State Commodore. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, a nation, God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Next, we have recognitions, awards, and memorials, and the first is a condolence for Lois Ann Graber. In recognition of her many years of dedicated employment with the town of Westerly, having served as a deputy town clerk, and for her commitment to the election process and to the electors of the town of Westerly as clerk to the Board of Canvassers. The town council extends to family and friends of said Lois Ann Graber, who will share many fond memories of a loving and devoted mother, its sincerest sympathy with the hope that it offers some comfort in their time of sorrow, and witness whereof are the 7 counselors all present tonight. Next, in appreciation for the veterans of the Korean War, we'll have Councilor Aiello, if you would please read the commendation.
Thank you. The Westerly Town Council extends appreciation to all veterans of the Korean War. In recognition of their brave service and sacrifice to our country, the Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, started on June 25, 1950, and ceased upon an armistice on July 27, 1953, though no official peace treaty was signed. The Town Council is honored to pay special tribute to and say welcome home to the millions of Korean War veterans, and to give thanks for their devotion to duty, and to recognize the sacrifices they and their families made for this country, and to join the residents of the Westerly community in remembering these forgotten veterans on this 73rd anniversary. And Al, please come up, and everybody please come up and accept this.
Thank you, Al. And the servants. Thank you. Very nice.
Oh, and Al, after the next one, please come back up with the veterans and we'll take a nice picture.
Next, we have a proclamation, Purple Heart Day, August 7th, 2026, and Purple Heart Town of Westerly. Council Vandover.
The Westerly Town Council proclaims August 7th, 2026 as a Purple Heart Day and further declares Westerly to be a Purple Heart Town. In perpetuity, in honor of the men and women from Westerly who served in our armed forces and have been awarded the Purple Heart Medal, the nation's oldest military award for outstanding valor and merit, and in appreciation of the sacrifices of these brave men and women who were wounded or killed in action while in service to their country, safeguarding the freedoms that we in the United States of America hold so dear. The Westerly Town Council commemorates all Purple Heart veterans this Purple Heart Day, August 7th, 2026. In witness hereof, we have hereby set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereto fixed this 27th day of July, 2026. I would like to recognize Phil Maniscalco. He is a two-time Purple Heart recipient in the Vietnam War. And so, Bill, if you want to come up and get this award, come on up and congratulations. Thank you.
God bless you.
All veterans in the Westerly area, we would like to thank the Westerly Town Council for all you do.
Wow.
Hey, let's, come on up, get up here, we'll take a picture. I think I'll come up, we'll get a picture. On the veterans, come on up.
I mean, don't worry, we'll hit curfew. Perfect. I'm gonna start charging by the clip. Well, this one has sound effects.
Thank you. Final proclamation is to the Westerly Elks Club, the 125th anniversary, read by Councilor Shalaba.
The Westerly Town Council extends congratulations to the Westerly Elks Club in recognition of the 125th anniversary of its founding in 1901. The Westerly Elks Club is an organization that invests in the community through programs that help children grow and healthy and drug-free, meet the needs of today's veterans, and improve the quality of life. The Elks promote benevolent education and patriotic community-minded programs. The Westerly Town Council congratulates the Westerly Elks Club on this significant milestone and extends its appreciation for all of its outstanding and ongoing charitable endeavors, with best wishes for continued success in its vital work for many years to come. In witness hereof, we have hereby set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereon affixed the 27th day of July 2026, signed by all councilors.
Congratulations to the Wesley Elks. We'll have to mail that to them. Moving to the remaining agenda, the presentations, there are none. Citizens' comments. Citizens' comments at this point will be limited to agenda items only. 5-minute time to speak about any agenda item. Please come forward with your name and address. There's one sign-up sheet for to begin. Joe Truax, 980 Drive. Mr. Truax? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your consideration. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak about an agenda item? If you have something up that's concerning the agenda, this is
It's for the
best.
public hearing, so I'll just wait till then. I mean, that's what that's what is said on the agenda.
Okay, we'll wait. Thank you for that consideration. Anyone else that would like to speak about an agenda item at this point? And again, there'll be time during the public hearing to speak. Seeing none and moving on. To the consent calendar. Approval of minutes, there are none. Fiscal matters. One, resolution authorizing payment to the law office of Lauren E. Jones, litigation matters, $20,688.97.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made, second by Councilor Aiello. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution approved. Second, resolution authorizing payment to the law office of Cameron and Middleman. Litigation matters, $8,160.00. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made, second by Councilor Aiello. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution approved. C, resignations, appointments, appointment. I'm gonna, Harbor Management Commission, I'll defer to the appointment chair. Councilor Healy?
The Appointments Subcommittee brings forward Mrs. Joy Cordio for the Harbor Management Commission.
Joy Cordio is put forward for the Harbor Management Commission. I'm gonna go with a poll vote, if that's okay.
Can you start?
Councilor Vandover?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And chair votes no, so that's a 5-2 approval. Thank you, Ms. Cordio. Moving on, public hearings. This is advertised on 7/18/26 for this time. 6A, proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 2090 of the general ordinances of the town of Westerly entitled an ordinance setting water rate schedules for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. Water quality protection charge set pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 46-15.3-5. Keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Discussion and possible action on the proposed ordinance. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Healy. All in favor?
Aye.
We are now in a public hearing for the water rate ordinance. Is there anyone in the public? Oh, first, Mr. Manager, you want to go over it quickly?
Yeah, this is a change. We used to indicate the amount. This is a pass-through tax that's charged by the state that basically is a pass-through on the water bill and paid back to the state. And it changes, they can readjust it every single year. Should we change the ordinance? We learned that the amount in the current ordinance is not the amount they're charging, is not the amount we're charging. We're charging the correct amount. So we are changing it in the ordinance to just reflect whatever the state amount is on an annual basis. So we don't have to re-advertise the ordinance every single year. It's just whatever the rate of the tax indicated from the state is, we will pass it on.
Thank you. With that explanation, is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to the proposed ordinance?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
I'll second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilor Vandover. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ordinance is approved. Next, item 6B, proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 94A of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Business Regulation. Amend section 94A-3 fees and 94A-4 procedure. Discussion and possible action. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing? Motion made and seconded by Councilor Aiello. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are now in a public hearing. Mr. Manager, would you like to summarize?
Yeah, so this is a new ordinance that was just passed a few months back by this council regarding a business registration fee of $15 on an annual basis. It rolled out as of the last month or two. And it's back to you before because we're not going to mandate the annual fee on an annual basis. Once you pay the initial fee for your business registration, you will have to renew the registration annually, but there will be no fee. You'll renew it just if there's any changes, address or anything like that. If you are registering a new business, it will incur a fee at that one time. So it's rather than the fee coming every single year, it's going to be one time only at the original registration.
Could you just say what the fees are?
The fee is $15 at the initial registration.
$15.
$15 is a $10 processing fee for our online program. So really is 15 is the fee, but $10 is processing, so it's $25. No renewal fee at all, nothing. No, there will be no processing fee for the renewal.
Very good, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the proposed ordinance on fees? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Petra. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ordinance is approved. Moving to item 6C, proposed ordinance, an ordinance imposing a one-year moratorium on all data centers, discussion and possible action. Do I have a motion?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Motion made, seconded by Councilor Aiello to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in a public hearing. Mr. Manager, would you like to describe? You're on a roll here.
So this is an ordinance putting a moratorium on data centers for 1 year to allow, obviously, the zoning side to come up with proposals for an ordinance that will go before council as to the areas in town the data centers will be allowed. All our ordinances are silent to it. As many know, this is an ongoing issue nationwide. This isn't just Westerly. As we know, data centers consume an awful lot of electricity, resources, and water. So it's a 1-year moratorium on them until we can get an ordinance in place to where they would be allowed in town or where they will be restricted in town. Either way you want to look at it.
Very good, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the proposed ordinance for the moratorium?
Good evening, Council President Duhamel and members of the Westerly Town Council. My name is Steve Moffett. I'm from Ashaway. I'm a former member and president of the Hopkinton Town Council. And for full disclosure, I'm currently a candidate for state representative in District 38 running against Brian Patrick Kennedy. But I'm not here tonight to give a campaign speech. I am here to support Westerly's proposed one-year moratorium on data centers initiated by Councilor Healy. I appreciate her foresight to bring this forward. A lot of times, things in the state level will be painted with a broad brush, leaving towns like Westerly and Hopkinton scrambling to protect public interest. Having served in municipal government and currently working for a municipality, I understand how difficult it can be when a major development proposal arrives before a town has proper regulations in place. Once an application is submitted and becomes vested, the community may lose much of its ability to determine where this type of development belongs and what protections should be required. This moratorium gives Westerly time to carefully examine its zoning regulations, comprehensive plan, environmental protections, water resources, and electrical demands, emergency response needs, and the effect data centers could have on surrounding neighborhoods. The proposed ordinance specifically recognizes that the town's current regulations do not adequately address these facilities. That is not an unreasonable position. It is called responsible municipal planning. Westerly is a diverse community. Some areas are more developed, while others, particularly Bradford and the more rural portions of town, remain heavily wooded and environmentally sensitive. Those areas should not be viewed simply as available acreage for intensive development. The Pawcatuck River Corridor, local forest, wetlands, groundwater, open spaces are resources that cannot be easily restored once they are damaged. Recent findings concerning PFAS contamination in fish near Bradford and portions of the Pawcatuck River demonstrate why environmental protection and careful land use decisions matter. I also believe the same principles of preservation should guide decisions involving the Potter Hill Dam. Any long-term solution should carefully consider the history of the area, the surrounding environment, recreation, property owners, and residents in both Westerly and Hopkinton. Preservation also means protecting public shoreline access. Westerly voters have made it clear that the public rights of way and access to the shoreline are important to them. Those rights should be respected, maintained, and defended. The question tonight is not whether technology or economic development is good or bad. The question is whether Westerly should have the opportunity to establish clear rules before a potentially enormous proposal is placed before its town. I believe it should. I respectfully ask the council to approve the moratorium and use the coming year to develop thoughtful, enforceable regulations that protect Westerly's residents, natural resources, and long-term interests. Thank you. It's Moffitt, Moffitt.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to the proposed moratorium ordinance? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Council Shalaba. Discussion?
Thank you for coming, Steve. I appreciate everything you said. Thank you for the rest of the support on this council. I think this is moving forward, a moment that will be relooked at often, over and over. And our support to making sure that Westerly and our resources are stable will be moved forward for the rest of time. So thank you.
Very good. Council Vandover?
Yeah, I agree. I like the moratorium because we don't know enough about them. And I think that we need to be thoroughly educated if we're going to make some sound decisions for this town. So I'm definitely for the moratorium again, so we can get educated, but thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add, this is a tall order that we're asking our planning board to protect our water resources, our environmental resources. And there's a lot of work, and a year really isn't enough time, but this is the most that we could have put out. That said, all in favor of the ordinance as suggested by Councilor Aiello?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you. Moving on, unfinished business, there are none. New business. We are asked to suspend the rules, Rule 9D, to allow for discussion and possible action for items 8A, 8B, and that's it, 8A and 8B.
Motion to suspend the rules and go on to 8A, B, and C.
It says discussion only. Can we change the agenda in that fashion?
No.
So it's 8A and 8B.
Okay.
Motion to suspend the rules for 8A and 8B by Counselor Healy. Is there a second?
Second.
And
Second.
separate them, Mr. President, please. Separate vote on each one.
Okay. Counselor Aiello has asked to separate the motion, so motion to separate, I'm sorry,
I can
motion
read
to suspend the rules to consider 8A.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Counselor Aiello. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8A is suspended. Motion to suspend the rules for 8B.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded.
Quick discussion, we'd almost have to if we want to have these in time to the Board of Electors, but we'll humor this, okay?
Okay. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Chair votes yes, 6-1. Very good, thank you. Next, item 8A, August 24th, 2026, regular town council meeting. Vote to reschedule to August 31st, 2026. This will allow for 2-week period in between the two meetings. The managers suggested this.
Yeah, myself and the clerk just went through this, and you'd have a meeting 2 weeks in a row, and then you wouldn't have one for 3 weeks. So it makes more sense for those two dates, because then you're still Labor Day's the following. So it's 2 weeks. As September meetings are the 14th and 28th. So it still gives you 2 weeks between all the meetings. The reason the meeting is late at the first meeting in August is because Victory Day is the 10th. So.
Very good.
I'll make a motion to accept the change, moving the meeting from August 24th to August 31st.
Second.
Second.
No.
It's not, it's the 24th. It's not the 17th. I wish it were the 17th. Motion made, seconded by Counselor Healy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Next, item 8B, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Westerly authorizing local questions for the November 3rd, 2026 general election relating to revisions of the Westerly Town Charter. Discussion and possible action. We have a memorandum from a solicitor. We have the advisory charter commission report. We have the advisory charter commission meeting minutes. And we also have fiscal year 25-26 advertising costs. The first, I guess we'll go through the resolution as presented individually. The first one is, shall section 213 of the Westerly Town Charter be amended to provide that when a vacancy occurs in the membership of the town council, the replacement shall serve the remainder of the vacant office's term. Counselor Healy?
I was just going to, I guess, repeat what this says because it was a little weird. I got a couple of calls on it. So do you want to tee this up? It makes more sense for you to tee this up.
Solicitor Conley?
Thanks. So as the resolution is presented, it does two things. Number one, for each of the identified potential charter amendments, it has draft language for how the question would appear on the ballot. And that's essentially what the clerk needs to provide to the state so that it can be approved by the state. Secondly, although not required for approval by the state, you're also provided with draft language so you can see exactly what the amendment would look like in the charter if it's passed, and it's the same format for each. So the first, number one, is a question regarding amendment of section 213. Provide that when a vacancy occurs in the membership of the town council, the replacement shall serve the remainder of that vacant office's term. So that and I'll go over the specific language, but What the meaning of that is if there is a vacancy, regardless of when that vacancy occurs, the replacement will serve the balance of that term. So if there's 2 years left in the term, it's 2 years. If it's 2 years and 6 months, it's 2 years and 6 months. That is the length of the term. So that's what it would provide. Based on discussions that occurred among the council and through citizens, there's been some additional revisions from the last version you served the question. So I'd like to go through that. And some of the language is what we have now. And it's when a vacancy occurs and it identifies death, removal, out of town, resignation by neglect or refusal to qualify. In other words, for any reason, a vacancy occurs. The council shall offer the right to assume the office sequentially to the first, second, or third runner-up candidates from the preceding election to serve the remainder of the vacant office's term. So what that means is that a vacancy occurs, the first runner-up in the preceding election has the legal right to assume that office. So this doesn't require an appointment by the council. The charter says that's the person who will assume that office. If that person declines, it goes to the second. That person declines, it goes to a third. Likewise, if you have a situation where you have 2 vacancies occurring over the course of it, then the first runner-up assumes the office of the first vacancy. 6 months later, another vacancy occurs. The second runner-up would assume that vacancy. Again, the charter creates the legal right to assume the office. It doesn't require any independent action by the council or anybody else. Now, the proposed amendment goes on, though, to say that if none of the 3 runner-up candidates from the preceding election assumes the office, all 3 say, no, thank you. Or you get 1 and the second says, no, thank you. And the third, so suddenly you have none of the 3 that finished in the preceding election want to assume the office or assume a second vacancy, whatever it might be, whatever the circumstantial scenario might be. Then the council shall, by majority vote, appoint a qualified person to the office to serve the remainder of that vacant office's term within 30 days of the vacancy. Now, the differences are between where the charter sort of stands now and that last sentence. Is that, number one, it's mandated that the council act. There was discussion about identifying a timely way to do that. One of the suggestions, for instance, from one of the members of the public was practicable. Should we within a practical time? That's a very good suggestion, but it can, in the context of statutory language, practical would be a very ambiguous term. It might not be practical as well. We have too many items on the agenda this time. It might not be practical, but for a council could essentially define a number of reasons why it just wasn't practicable. So for statutory purposes, that's an ambiguous term. If this council wants certainty in terms of a timeliness, then it should do that. It should put in a certain time. 30 days is a suggested time where it could get you through at least a couple of meetings. But obviously that's up to the council. The suggestion that I'm making to you is if you really do want certainty, then not only mandate the council appointment, but also mandate the time period. Sure.
Great question. My only issue is, are we clogging up the ballot with redundancy a little bit? The only difference I see from what we're doing now is if in the lightning strike situation that all 3 runner-ups don't want to assume the position, we're given a time frame for the council to appoint a replacement. And that's 2 charter questions. I'd like to keep the ballot simple. I don't know if I'm gonna go for these just for that. Go ahead. I'll
Yeah, so the only question that goes on the ballot is where it says number 1.
No,
The
what
rest
number-
of that is for you to see tonight, so that if number 1 were a.
Well, number 2 would be for the school committee, so 1
Yeah,
and 2
number
would
2,
be
yeah,
same
no, I
thing.
haven't got to number 2 yet.
Okay.
No,
The same issue with two. I'm gonna have the same issue.
Yeah, yeah,
But
no, so when you look at the ballot, that's the question. What follows number one is the actual question that will be read. So
All right.
the remainder of it is, and I agree with you, the remainder of the language that you see there includes a lot of what is currently in the charter. But I just think it's important for the council to see tonight, if you're going to act on these questions, how it would really read in the charter, should it be approved? That's all, because we want to make sure that there isn't a discrepancy between, or a disconnect between what the question is and what actually goes in the charter, because what we had happen back in 2016. This would prevent that kind of misunderstanding from occurring.
Turn on your mic, Chris.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, this is the interpretation that I thought you gave the school committee.
Yes, it is.
So why do we need this as a charter question?
It was, as I understood the discussion, it was the council's intent or effort anyway, to align the vacancy language for the council and the vacancy language for the school committee so that they would be the same. There wouldn't be one charter process for council and another charter process for the school committee. So the idea was to show you in number one and in number two, the language so that this council could see that the language aligns and it would be the same process for both should a vacancy occur.
I have other questions. I'll let the counselors proceed. I just wanted that out there. Is there a difference? Counselor Healy?
I am confused at the language that was used. I thought the language that we were going to be going toward and what we kind of heard from previous Charter Commission committee members was they would fill the seat until the next regular election, not fill the seat for the assumption of the time. I just feel like this is a little misleading.
So, you're right that that's a significant distinction. And if this council wants it to be until the next election, then that's fine. You can make that change tonight and do that. In all candor, I drafted it this way because I thought the consensus from the council was to draft it so that it was for the term that to avoid, as I remember the discussion for what it's worth. Everybody's collective memory is better than mine. As I remember the discussion for what it's worth, it was designed to avoid the expense of a new, an election for that purpose. But if this council decides that that's the method it wants, it can do that tonight. It can change it and do it tonight.
Okay, and then the way that this is written, and I hate that I have to use this as an example. I don't want to use it as an example, but
You better not then. Candidate A.
it should, yeah, right? It shows on here that it would be the first, second, and third runner-up,
Yes,
and then it goes to the council.
yes.
However, when I read that, that's what I hear. 1, 2, 3, council.
Yes.
This time it was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, write-in.
I'm sorry?
It was 1, 2, and then write-in because there wasn't a third. So this is
Yeah,
just a
but-
really messy example to use. That's
If I may respond to
not
that though?
typical. Yeah,
Actually, it wasn't 1, 2, and a write-in. It was 1, 2, and 3. It's just that number 3 happened to be a write-in candidate. And the write-in candidate had the same status as any other candidate under the state election laws.
okay.
So just for way of probably repeating myself, but I want to be clear. So it wasn't 1, 2 write-in. It was 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
It's the same process.
So I guess my suggestion to the council is I would like to see this verbiage change to next regular election versus assume the vacant office's term.
Very good. Council Vandover?
Yeah, I'm gonna go off of that. I would like to see them finish out their term. If they are replacing the person that was elected, they should finish out the term. Why do they have to get revoted in another election? Doesn't make any sense to me. And again, the cost of another election, if so needed. So I'm wondering if we, as far as the write-ins go, if we shouldn't put some verbiage in there as to whether write-in or otherwise, or whether write-in like 1, 2, and 3, whether it's a write-in or not.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there just to cover all of our angles.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
So two pieces to that. First of all, your observations regarding the vacant office's term of the election. And I know I said in part, one of the discussion points last time, at least that I heard and I saw in my notes, was to avoid the cost of election. The other was to preserve the staggered terms that exist. So that if the council chose tonight to make it into the next election, you would need further language to say that that election would just be for the term of that vacant office in order to preserve the staggered terms. The second thing is, please don't cloud the charter up with language about write-ins and such, because the state law is clear.
Okay.
And by doing that, you're going to respectfully actually cause confusion with the status of the law as to why it's being treated differently. So I think we are governed by longstanding state law of who the candidates are, how the election system works, how it's all certified. And you're going to get into, weeds, and frankly, on short notice, we'll be invoking the rule of unintended consequences, which I'm not ready to.
And that's
address.
fair, as long as it's clear.
Yeah,
That,
it is.
because we know why this all came up. It was because Seth was a write-in, and I just want to make sure that there's no question. And if you are telling me from your legal status that it's not a problem, then I'm okay with that.
I am, and thank you.
All right,
for
thank you.
listening.
I respect your opinion. You know better than me, so thank you.
Any other comments on this section? Councilor Niemeyer?
So the process that we followed so far, as I understand it, is that councilors proposed an amendment. We discussed it a little bit up here, and then it went to the solicitor to craft the language. Now, my recollection is the same as some other folks up here, that the intent was for it to be up until the next election, general election, so that there wouldn't be a special election and any additional costs. It would be up until the next general election, at which point they would be confirmed by the voters on whether or not they want, or not, on whether or not they want them to finish the term. That was my recollection, but the author of this was ultimately Councilor Shalaba. I was wondering if you could speak to this, if that was the intent of this, or is this the intent of it?
No, what you stated, Mike, was the intent of it, and it actually was also brought up by the chair of the committee, the charter committee. He said that this was something that they meant to fix when he came to the podium.
No,
My understanding as well, this was not what was proposed at the last meeting or at the podium.
So sorry, if I may, I'm going to let you actually respond, because that actually sounds like you really had something to say there.
No, I just wanted to say that it's this council's decision. So if it's the next general election, you can do that tonight. You would do that by, let me just look at the language, to serve the remainder of the vacant office's term. It would be to serve until the next scheduled regular election. But I think it's important that you preserve your staggered terms. You don't want to, right? So that you would also add language to make sure you do that. So it would be, let's see, serve the remainder, no, excuse me, to serve until the next regular election for the remainder of that term, so that you keep your staggered terms.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the chair of the last charter commission came up and mentioned that that was our intent for it to be up until the next election. I went through our, our report and our minutes, which I wrote as the secretary, and I cannot find any reference to that. I think it would be more fair to say that we didn't address it at all because we assumed it was the case. We assumed it would be up until the next general election. We did not intend to make it that. We assumed it was already the case. There's no evidence that we tried to change it to make that the case. We just assumed it was the case. So I wanted to clarify that because Mr. Gagne's recollection was, I shared his recollection that that was what we intended. But I don't think we intended to do it by amendment. I think we intended it to be a process that, that we weren't amending, that was already in place, and it seems that's not the case. So you've given us language, Mr. Connolly, that we could use to amend it in that direction, amend the amendment, sorry. Trying to think where we go from here.
So, no, the clerk can correct me. I don't think there's been a motion made on anything yet. So you
Yeah.
have lots of, there's no motion, so you're not sort of in that parliamentary procedure piece. During your discussion, if there's a consensus, for instance, that the resolution should read, I'm reading the charter language because you really won't need to correct the question. The question can stay the same, but you're talking about is the language inside of the charter itself.
Mhm.
And that would read, second, third runner-up candidates from the preceding election to serve until the next scheduled regular election for the remainder of that term. So you're preserving your staggered terms.
Okay, I think having had you just say that, and I may ask you to say it again, I would like to make a motion to make that amendment to this resolution.
So moved.
Discussion?
You want to is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
And let's state the motion again, the amended motion.
The motion is to adopt as part of the resolution, the amended language just described by the solicitor, which if he could potentially say it again for our, because I do not have the memory.
Next regular
necessarily to do
election
that.
for the remainder of that term.
The next scheduled regular election for the remainder of that term.
Okay, discussion, Council Healy?
So respectfully, I do want to change the question. The replacement shall serve the remainder of the vacant office's term. The replacement shall serve for the remainder or until the next scheduled regular general election. That part of it is what I got a phone call about was, isn't it already saying this?
It does.
So it just, I respectfully would like to see that question changed,
I think that's a good clarification. So may I suggest language for that?
please.
So number one would therefore read, if you adopt that language change for section 2 and 3 of the charter.
Mhm.
Question number then would read, would be amended to provide that when a vacancy occurs in membership of the town council, the replacement shall serve until the next scheduled general election.
Okay. Here.
Um,
Just for foresight too, this is probably going to be the same exact thing for the next question. So just,
It's just important to remember, if I may, that even though you're changing the question, that service that next regular election, that's still going to be just for the remainder of the term because you're going to mess up your staggered terms, and that's important to preserve.
Yes, Dr. Willett had that concern. Councilor LaPetra, you wanted to speak?
I think Mr. Connolly's already answered the question. First of all, the original question, I don't think anybody likes is kind of keeping what we're doing now. So I'm just going to talk to the amendment that Councilor Nehemiah put on the table. Dr. Willits did write an email and sent it to the full council explaining how this would interrupt our staggered terms. It would create more of a headache than it would really solve. Mr. Conley seems to be on the same page. I would say this in response to Mr. Nehemiah, I've talked to two members of the Charter Vision Commission, the chair, John Gagne, and Tom Noel as well. And even though maybe it wasn't discussed during that committee, they both think that the candidate who fills the vacancy should finish the term. It would just be so much easier. And I'll use a John Gagne line when I was talking to him. He said, we had lightning strike, and that's really what happened with the Seth Logan situation. Lightning struck, so now we're just gonna put on our anti-lightning suits while we walk around. No, this is really overkill to create a charter question like this. And I can't get behind it. I just think it's gonna be more of a headache than we're gonna fix. And Bill Aiello has a great point. If we're gonna do something like this is last minute. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but this is some last minute stuff here to start really messing around with the charter. And we're gonna have 5 people running, then we're gonna have 2 people running, and I wouldn't get too much into the weeds and something that's gonna come up once every 100 years, that all 3 runner-ups are gonna pass, or writing candidates gonna be in there. It's overkill, guys. We're getting carried away here, but that's all I want to
Just a
say.
point of clarification. I know
Go ahead.
there's one name being thrown out. But I brought this up when Christy Walton left. This has nothing to do with Sean.
I know, but
Whatever his name is.
we're not changing the process of the vacancies. It still would have been Christy Walton and Joe Jackson and Crystal Jackson.
Right,
So
but when Joe got that,
All
he
right.
would have only gone.
then I
to-
then I
So-
would say this: why wouldn't you want Joe Jackson to finish a term? He's someone who ran in the election, received 4,000 or 5,000 votes. Do we really need to replace him at the next general election, or let him finish the term? It would. I think that's even a better example why I would leave it alone. Okay, that's all.
There's not a lot of Joe Jacksons in the world.
Yeah, in this case.
This isn't.
Counselor Vandover?
Yeah, I totally agree with Dylan. We're gonna just start messing around with things that don't need to be messed around with. I mean, if that person was the 3rd runner-up and they should, or even the 2nd runner-up, people voted for them for that seat, for that time frame. Why are we going to shorten it on them? I don't agree with doing that. They should fill till the end of that term. And then, again, it doesn't mess with the staggering. And if I was running and I was the 3rd runner-up, and I had the choice of getting in, I would want to run till the end of the term. I mean, why would I have ran to begin with if I didn't want to run for the whole term? Just because I didn't get elected off the bat doesn't mean that I still wouldn't, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why wouldn't they finish out the term? Just doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm with Dylan. I'm not for that wording. I want them to finish out their term. I think that that's only, I think that that's, when you run for an election, you're running for that term. It should stay that way.
You and
Thanks.
I.
Counselor Shalaba?
The whole thing about this is, it's not political as it's been tried to be said it is. It's not. It was about just clarifying this. And Counselor Vandover, just for clarification, there was technically no 3rd runner-up as far as they were voted in by write-ins. So that's a little bit of a different scenario. I
That doesn't
understand what
matter.
you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying, because if you are running for an election, you're running, hoping to get on to serve out the full term. I hear what you're saying. But in this specific instance that kind of triggered the questions that were brought to me was because of the write-in situation. And just trying to clarify it, not cause any more issues of, back and forth as far as making it a problem, not trying to make it problematic, trying to actually just clarify terms. That's it. Thank you.
Counselor Niemeyer?
So I'll address 2 points. First is the staggering. I believe in Solicitor Conley, you can correct me on this, that the language you gave us does preserve the staggering, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, staggering's fine. And the other thing is why. Now, I think it's important to remember, we're talking about folks who, to be quite frank, lost an election. They ran or received write-in votes, whichever may be the case, and did not receive enough to actually take a seat on that body. I think it's perfectly fair at the next election to ask the voters, are you okay with this person who you rejected at first coming on? I think that's perfectly reasonable. The voters had a say, and if they said no, and then the person came on anyway, it's perfectly valid to ask the voters, how do you feel about this 2 years later? Just because a person may want to serve a full term doesn't necessarily mean the voters want them to. So I'd love the voters to have the final say on all this. That's what I think this should really be about.
Thank you. Counselor Aiello?
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, there's no distinction between a person who ran for the election and a write-in according to the state election laws. So, you know, as the solicitor said, we don't want to muddy the waters in the charter by trying to differentiate. And all this discussion tonight on one question is a prime example of why it shouldn't go through. Not now. You should have time to have further discussion, format, you know, you can set up a targeted, you can have a charter revision commission set up anytime. Don't have to review the whole charter. You can have them target certain areas of it or certain questions. And that way, you're not under the gun. It's not the 11th hour, because there will not be any further public comment or discussion from the council after tonight. These questions have to be in the Secretary of State the first week of August. So this is it, folks. This is a prime example why it shouldn't go through. And it's just, I mean, not the same situation, but it reminds me of previous council in 2022, July 11th, passed a bunch of charter questions during a workshop, never brought it back to a regular meeting after that. So we don't want this 11th hour stuff, not from my perspective. And I think it would be, while there's a lot of worthwhile discussion, it should happen in the future, not tonight, to potentially change a question or even approve this question. And I'll go back to this, some of the explanation that would go into the charter if this question moved and it got passed. So if none of the three runner-up candidates from the preceding election assume the office within 30 days of the date of the vacancy, the council shall, by majority vote, appoint qualified persons to the office to serve the remainder of the vacant office's term. I've been on a council where, and if you have a vacancy, there's 6 people. So you're going to need a majority. And you're going to need 4 people out of 6 to vote a certain way. It took a long time to fill a vacancy. By putting people under the gun for 30 days, or even 60 days, I think the way the charter is written right now serves its purpose. I wouldn't touch it. If the council, if people on the council really wanted to push it out to a charter revision commission, have them relook at it. And if there's certain questions, then give it to them and have them look at it. Or if they want to propose certain questions, have the charter commission look at it. And that way, it's time it's time for people to think about, it's time for the public to be informed. This is changing it tonight, even going with the one that's on there now. And by the way, it was in the charter before for the school committee to only serve until the next general election. But it came out with this last charter revision. It got yanked out. So it wasn't, so let's stop flip-flopping. It's dangerous when councils have the authority to propose charter questions to the public. That's a given. But it's the process that should be followed, a timeline. I've been on a couple of councils who have done it. But we started back in like March or April, and we had a whole schedule, a timeline set up, and the public was also allowed to submit questions and engage in conversation and discussions. Much more time, not this under the gun stuff. 11th hour stuff doesn't good. This is the charter we're talking about. To quote Councilor Petra at a previous meeting, this is the charter, folks, we're talking about. This is the charter. It's not some $500, project. This is the charter that governs the town. And it takes a vote by the people, by the electorate to change it. So let's not rush it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone has spoken. I'd just like to, just to summarize a bit of what people have said. One, that the charter question before us is not any change to the charter, so I wouldn't have been for that. Councilor Niemeyer's amendment to provide for anyone appointed, the first, second, third choice, or the potential vacancy filled by the sitting council. I mean, think of that. No one voted for that person. To move that ratification to the next general election gives the voters more of a say. The fourth, fifth, or sixth candidate in the school committee instance, or the seventh, eighth, or ninth candidate in the town council instance, they might not have a majority of the vote, as Councilor Niemeyer has intimated. They might not have the will of the people behind them. Sure, they ran and they did get some support, but doesn't mean that the majority of Westerly voters would vote them in. And that's only verified at the next election. It's either the next, very next general election, or the 2 years after that you get to verify whoever's appointed by the sitting council. Imagine that if we appointed someone and then they sat in that seat beyond an election. I don't think any of the charter commission had considered that. And I was surprised by the interpretation that it did go beyond an election, but here we are. So this amendment, this gives the voters more of a choice, more of an input. I hope lightning doesn't strike again, as John Gagne has said to us through Councilor Petra. Hope it doesn't strike twice, but if it does, I think the voters should have a chance to verify that choice. And staggered terms that Dr. Willits had highlighted, Solicitor Conley has given us the wording so that it's clear. You can put that in the verbiage so that if anyone has any doubts, the staggered terms are maintained. It doesn't go 2-5 for the next election. So I think this gives this amendment, I'm going to call it the Niemeyer Amendment. I think this gives the best of all worlds. It gives the voters more of a say, confirms what the partial term is, and I'm in favor of that. You want another round?
I would
The
like
motion
to,
is on the table and it was seconded.
I would like to just respond to I would like another round. I'd like to respond to the town council president, a few of his points, and also Mr. Nehemiah. Mr. Nehemiah made as he often does, made the best point. So let me respond to that. And basically what I'm hearing is maybe a very Republican viewpoint, or Talladega Nights he watched last night. He's saying that the second place finisher is your first loser, is what you're really saying. So we don't want to have our first loser hang around for 4 years. We'd rather get him out in 2 years, or at least bring it back. Now we have to look at the semantics of how this is going to play out. So if we do this, we're going to have elections possibly where we have 4 openings. Now we have a vacancy that was filled. Now we have 5 openings. Now the Democrats, the Republicans have to come up with 5 candidates each.
No, that's not the case. Let me interrupt.
Oh, no, that's exactly the case. That's
Then what-
exactly going to be the case, because we want to
Fast.
replace him. Let's finish my thought, because let me finish my thought. So we go to the next election. There's normally going to be 4 vacancies. And somebody was also replaced because somebody quit. So there's technically going to be 5 vacancies, because we're not going to let that person finish the term. He's going to have to come up at that election. So there'd be 5 vacancies. Every other year, 4 people are vacant, so there could be 5. So we're running 10 people. Now, on top of that, we're going to have to put something in this charter question to show that the 5th place person is only going to get 2 years rather than 4 years in order to preserve the staggered terms. We're going to have to get that into the question somehow. We're going to have, we're really going to make this a lot more complicated than it needs to be, because we don't like second place, AKA the first loser, who probably went out and got 4,000 votes in the election anyway. I don't know why we want to make this complicated. It's an overreaction. I still believe it's an overreaction. And I'll just go back to the Joe Jackson example. Joe Jackson replaced Christie Walston. He had 5,000 votes. You didn't want to leave him in for the full term. We want to try to replace him. If everything, if he's staying in, we were going to replace him at the next general election. It's more than we need to do. Just more than we need to do. And I understand what Mr. Nehemiah is saying. They lost, but hey, they put their name out there. They got the votes. They almost got in. I mean, how many people you want to run in the next election? You want 10 names, 12 names? I don't know. Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? Counselor?
Maybe if it'll work. Can you repeat the motion for me, Madam Chair Clerk?
There was a motion by Mr. Niemeyer, seconded by Ms. Healy, that question 1 read, "So shall section 2-13 of the Westerly Town Charter be amended to provide that when a vacancy occurs in the membership of the town council, the replacement shall serve until the next scheduled general election."
Perfect. Which would have brought Joe to this year.
So,
Correct.
so that means.
Thank you. Right. Yeah, okay. I will keep my second.
So
what
we'd
I
be
want.
filling this spot. So the Democrats and Republicans have one more candidate each. That's 2 more candidates on the ballot. Whoever finishes last has to be designated as only filling a 2-year term in order to preserve staggered terms.
Let the other councils.
You're creating
I
a
understand
headache.
this is a
It,
debate.
it should be after this initial year. It should be 4
Everything's
years
staggered.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, but if somebody's replaced, they're saying we're not gonna let them go 4 years. We're gonna replace them at the next general election. So it'll be less than 2 years. That's what they're trying to do.
Yes.
It wouldn't be a 4-year term. They want to get rid of that. No, no, no. You have to pay. This is what we're doing. We're getting rid of that 4-year term and we're saying that that vacancy, instead of doing a 4-year term, will be replaced at the next general election. So we're getting
The
rid of that
next
4-year term.
General election while preserving the staggered term. So Mary, you are absolutely correct. That is what.
So is there language in there for the last, the 4th person to only finish 2 years? Is there going to be language in the question for that? Because that's going to be an issue too. Who gets?
Let's let the other councilors speak. I understand you.
I think the confusion is
Counsel-
being confused by the people saying that this is confusing. This isn't confusing. It's very clear. The question gets changed to the replacement shall serve to the next scheduled election, and the verbiage in there is changed. Instead of assuming the office, it's the next general election. If you don't like it, vote no. Simple as that. It goes to the voters. It has nothing to do with us.
Can
All
you
I'm
explain,
saying-
you explain how we could preserve staggered terms, but explain that to everybody. You haven't figured out. Explain how you preserve staggered terms.
I'm going to jump in. Counselor, Solicitor Conley, you had additional language in there that for the remainder of that term.
Yeah, so if I may, if you go to the body of the charter language, this amendment would cause that to read, and I'm gonna begin in the middle, right after we identify the first, second, and third runner-up candidates from the preceding election to serve until the next scheduled general election for the remainder of that term. So you are limiting it to the remainder of that term. You also need to do that in the close of the language where it says, where the council shall by majority vote appoint a qualified person to the office to serve until the next scheduled general election. But you need to add the language for the remainder of that term.
So to clarify.
Preserve the staggered terms.
So to clarify, I say, okay, somebody has a 4-year term, they leave 2 years in and there's a primary coming up. The person that wants to get that seat runs for election, they win. However, they are winning, but only for the next 2 years.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So staggered terms are staying, everything is staying, it's just a language change.
I would love to respond to that because there's a lot of logic
You
flaws
have
there.
the floor, Counselor. Have some deference to you.
All right, so we have a motion.
Motion say, any other discussion, Counselor Vandover?
Dylan is right, okay? This is gonna become a snowball effect if we do this. I don't think your guys are looking at like what's gonna happen down the road. I just don't think that you see. And the voters, they had their say. They wrote this person's name and they took the effort to write this person's name in. If it's that third person, I think we're leaning in on that third person being the guy that got wrote in on for 14 votes. That's where all of this came from. And that's exactly why we're in this predicament. However, they did have their say. They did vote for that second runner-up. He just didn't quite make the cut, but one guy left and he's got to move up into that seat. Same thing with the third one. The one turns it down, the next one moves up. It doesn't matter if they were a write-in, if they had 14 votes or not. It doesn't matter. They were voted in. Somebody put them in there and that should be honored, because I think the voters spoke when they did that. And I think they spoke even louder in this last one because they wrote someone in. Okay, so that's my opinion, but there is a snowball effect here, and I think it's gonna get in the weeds and tangled up, and I agree 100% with Dylan. I think it needs to be until the term runs out. Save us a lot of trouble. Thank you.
I believe this charter question is not going to change the situation that is currently out there.
No.
Okay, it's going to happen, not this November, it's going to happen in 2 years from now if something happens. It's not changing the outcome right now on anything. Madam Clerk, when on all of these questions for the charter potential revision, when do you need that information to give to the Board of Canvassers? So they all know the time frame.
The council would have to vote on the resolution this evening because the Board of Canvassers has to really post their meeting for next Tuesday, Thursday, because they hold it at 10 in the morning. And they have to post, with the resolution attached so they can certify it.
Right, thank you. And so on top of that, if this does get pushed through, it still goes to the voters. And again, it's not going to change what's currently out there. It's for the future, not now. It's not going to take anybody off any position. It's for the future. And again, if this gets pushed through tonight and it goes to the public, they will decide at the end of the day. Thank you.
So then why don't we wait till
Counselor
next
Niemeyer?
election to do this?
Counselor Niemeyer?
So Councilor LaPetra made a really great point that I hadn't considered, that I would hope the solicitor could respond to. It sounds like he responded to some of it and may have clarified it, but let me just address the solicitor really quick. So suppose this person does run again, and he is elected, he or she is elected. Would they then, the idea is no matter what place they come in, they'll serve 2 years. Is that how that would go right now?
They'll serve, if I may, they'll serve the remainder of that term. So
Right.
that might be 2 years and 2 months. It might, whatever is left at that point, it might be 6 months. Well, it couldn't be 6.
I'm sorry, I meant following the next general election.
Yeah.
If they run in that,
Yeah.
presumably there'll only be 2 years left if there is a next general
Right.
election left. So if they do win in that one, no matter what place they come in, it'll only be for 2 years.
Right, no, because what the
What if they finish
Charter.
top vote getter?
yeah,
What if they lose?
That was my next
Okay,
question.
all right.
Yeah.
if that person
Mhm.
loses, then they're off and they're replaced for the balance of that term though. So there will be and this is, I appreciate the opportunity to comment because I was listening to the discussion and I think this is, and I think it's an important point and I think it needs to be clarified. In that general election, there will need to be specifically that office will need to be identified. And somebody will be running for that office as opposed to.
So they will be broken out as they'll not be in the whole list of candidates. They'll be broken out as a separate
It will
election
have to be
effectively.
identified, because if it's not identified, you have no way of determining which vote is for that office.
And what would
without
happen if that person loses?
The person that wins. Yeah,
So
Yeah.
the process would just start over again,
Yes.
basically. Okay.
exactly right.
Okay, so that actually sounds pretty buttoned up to me. I'm okay with that. Sorry, Councilor LaPetra. You made a really great point. I hadn't thought of that at all, but it sounds like we got it figured out.
So just,
Yeah.
Let's have our turns. I haven't spoken myself.
okay.
Mike is still doing it, and Bill, I'm sure you want to speak.
So with regards to why my reasoning remains the same, simply receiving votes is not enough to win an election. You have to have enough votes to win. And if you don't, and then you wind up on the body anyway, I think it's perfectly valid to ask the voters whether or not they are comfortable with that happening. It's no slight against someone who receives less votes. It's just the facts that if you don't get enough votes to be elected, you're not elected. So I think that's my last response to that. I think the confusion that Councilor LaPetra brought up is buttoned up in terms of what the solicitor clarified. And I think the other points that Councilor Vandover made, we disagree, but I think we just disagree, but that's okay.
Councilor Aiello?
Still on the same question. Again, a reason why we shouldn't do it. Just to clarify, staggered terms, I don't support them for the town council. I think it was a mistake. It's my opinion. I think 2-year terms work out very well for the council. It was never an issue. Since I've been following the council since around 2000, not once did a full council ever get voted out. Not once. And this whole corporate knowledge thing, I mean, not an issue. The reason the school committee is staggered because it's specified specifically in state law how they have to handle their elections. They are required by state law to be staggered. That's why the school committee does it. So the town council, I don't support the town council. I haven't. If we had more time, I probably would have proposed a question on that. And I didn't want to put an opposing question on last time because there were so many questions and we don't need another election with 30 or 40 questions out there. That's overdone. And I remember discussions back with I went to a couple of meetings for the Charter Revision Commission, and I also remember discussions. I was on the council at the time. I think John Gannett was on it at the time, Mario Selico and some others, Ed Marone. And we talked about the first, second, third runner-up. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Mario's I think it was his initial suggestion to do that. And a lot of discussion was, and because there was a lot of, it can be challenging to fill a vacant seat when you're dealing with 6, especially if it's, people don't want to hear it, but if it's party line, it can be challenging. Someone who's going to have to break ranks, so to speak, to get that 4th vote. So you need somebody who is able to work with the council, with everybody. And that can be a challenge. So this whole process started, I think it was in the 2018 election, if I'm not mistaken. But don't quote me on that one. And so it was developed. You have the first, second, third runner-up. If they all refuse, then if it's less than a year since the last election, then hold a special election because you have a full term to go through. And that would be the fairest. And, but if it's more than a year since the last election, then the town council shall attempt to appoint somebody. And I think that's worked. It does work. Coming up with all this, I still don't have all the motions straight tonight. It's too messy. There's a lot of good ideas and they should be considered for the future, but absolutely not tonight. It's just the water's getting muddied. I don't even know how much time we spent on this one question. Exactly why you don't do this at the 11th hour. Exactly why. So I'm not going to support any of them tonight, but thank you.
Mr. President, may I clarify something? The amendment that I made was intended to be in all 4 places where this language occurs, including section 2, not just section 1. Section 1 and question 1 and question 2.
Okay, we can get to question 2 when we.
Okay, that's fine.
I got to ask Mr. Conley a question. I have to ask, I have,
I'm ready to call the question, but you want.
I definitely, because I don't think you understand what you're even gonna vote on, Chris. I almost guarantee, I bet $1,000.
I need some help.
No idea what you're voting
I
on.
need some help.
If you could tell me what we're voting on, I'd give you $1,000 right now. I don't think you have a shot. Here's the question.
We're gonna vote on
Yeah,
the person
okay.
who gets appointed by.
You don't know what it
To
means.
go to the next.
All right,
election.
okay, then I'll ask you the
So
question
they
as
get
well.
One vote.
This will be for Mr. Conley and for Mr. Duhamel.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm gonna, first of all, just move past the write-in part of it. It's stupid to waste so much time in that. It doesn't matter, okay? I'm sick of hearing that. So, but I am gonna use Seth Logan as an example here, just because he's the one.
I
who'll
would
be-
rather not use names.
Well, I'm gonna use names because it just makes it easier, because I don't think you have a clue once again. So, Seth
It's-
Logan runs.
Point of order, let's try to.
Candidate A,
And
candidate A.
Not use
All
people's
right,
names.
all right, we have 3 people for the next election, 3 school committee candidates up for the next election. Candidate A, who was appointed to a vacancy, is going to be replaced at the next general election, so that's 4. Now, I've heard a couple different things. Chris, maybe you could help me, because you know. Are we gonna, on the ballot, is there gonna be a separate thing that says 2-year term for school committee? Is there gonna be a ballot that says 4-year term for school committee and also one for 2-year term for school committee? Is that how you interpret that? So we're gonna add a whole other position to the ballot? Or if candidate A, would it be the top vote getter overall, should he get a 4-year term? Or if he lost completely and somebody else that was in the 4-year election, should they move into the 2-year election spot, even though they didn't run for the 2-year election? You answer me those questions. I don't want Mr. Conley to answer. You're voting on it. You answer those questions.
All right, and this will be the end of the discussion. All right. The person that was appointed by the town council to fulfill a vacant seat will have to run for the remainder of that vacant seat. And it'll be 2 years from the point of the election to the next point where he runs. And that would, in that, by lightning case, if the vacancy were someone that was running out in the next general election, that candidate would have to run anyways, okay? So we're talking about this obscure case where the person running would have to have an asterisk. He would have to be given only 2 more years.
How would he be listed on the ballot? Go ahead.
This is the end of it.
Go ahead.
So for that reason, the ballot would have to be clear that he only gets 2 years. So if he gets the top vote getter, the way I'm interpreting it, he gets 2 years. That's it. He gets to fulfill.
Can somebody run against him, or does he just run unopposed by himself? Oh, but Mr. Conley's saying, so can other people declare to run for a 2-year term then, against that one position, only
No.
for a 2-year term?
No, because there'd be a slate of candidates and,
But are they running for 4 years or 2 years, the slate of candidates? Don't stop now, Chris. You got it all figured out.
I do. So that's what I would do. I would vote for this
Oh,
amendment
that's you.
only to confirm what the voters want, that the,
Well, that's a good answer.
that the people that are being appointed by a council with no votes, the people that are getting that the third, 4th, 5th, or 6th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th, that they're reaffirmed. I think it just gives the voters a better voice than what they have today.
I think he.
So I'd like to call the question.
I don't think you answered the question, Chris.
I would like to.
I'm
call-
gonna go to Mr. Conley now then.
I would like to call the question. Discussion is closed.
We still don't know what we're voting on. We have no idea what's gonna appear on the
We
ballot.
just had a discussion, 2 rounds of discussion.
And we
have-
don't know, and you still haven't explained to me
I call
how it's
the
gonna be.
Point
on
of,
the ballot.
point of order, Mr. President.
Yes,
And,
point of order.
Really. And I'm trying to wrap my head around this. But you
You're
said,
not gonna vote for it anyway, so.
well, it's an important distinction because I'm hearing 2 different scenarios for this.
So
This
would you
motion-
vote for one of them?
I'm asking, right now
The answer is
is,
no.
you said that the person who's, if the person fills candidate A, he's the one, that he or she is the person filling a seat. So at the next general election, candidate A, regardless of where they fall, as long as they get enough votes, they're only going to serve 2 years, but it's actually the lowest qualified vote getter. So if there's 3 regular open seats and there's a 4th one that needs to be filled for 2 years, so the 3 highest vote getters get a full 4-year term. So the 4th person who qualified gets the 2-year, regardless of who it is. There's no asterisk by anybody's names. It's a position. So you'd have 3 regular seats open and it would be identified on the ballot that there's a 4th seat open for 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
You,
correct, Mr. Solicitor?
you will.
That
need
makes
to i-
sense. I like that.
You will need to identify it. You'll need to make that.
On the
clear
ballot, but it's
Yes.
not by person, it's by position.
Right.
The fourth vote getter gets the, 2-year term.
That's my understanding from what the solicitor was saying. I just want to clarify that because it sounded like you were saying something else. So
No, I like that.
That's what I was saying.
all right.
You need to make that clear on the ballot.
Okay, and then, this isn't, I'm confused on what exactly is going to change now as far as what goes in the charter. Are we still putting 30 days in the charter? Are we going to keep it where it's less than a year? You have a special election. If the 3 runners ups, which is highly unlikely that all 3 would refuse it, if it's less than a year since the election. But is that staying in there or is it coming out? So I'm really trying to understand this. And I think everybody here deserves to know exactly what they're voting for and how it's going to read in the charter, not just the actual question that's on the ballot, but how it's going to change the charter. And I think the public deserves to know.
So that clarification, Mr. Connolly, was the last open seat, whether it be 3 or 4 in a town council matter, would be a 2-year term rather than a 4-year term.
Right, but yes, however, you would need to designate on the ballot. That's the point I was making. You need to identify that office is only for the remainder of that term. That's all. So that's why,
And that would be right on the ballot. The voter would see it.
yes.
And she would make 3 or 4 votes.
Yep.
And the 4th vote, that would be considered
Yes,
the
sir.
2-year term.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad we had the discussion. Yes, of course. The 4th place in that, the 5th place would not get a term. They'd be the first runner-up.
Mr. President, may I clarify?
Mr. Connolly, Councilor Aiello rose the point about how the charter would change. Would this be on the ballot, this description?
Yes. So the language, as I said in my initial comments, what we have in bold print, if approved, the charter would be amended as follows. That language would now become 213. So for instance, if the council adopts this as it's discussed with that amendment regarding the general election piece, the 30 days would stay in, and it would not distinguish, it would not provide for a special election at any time.
Okay, but this paragraph that you have, that would be on the ballot,
Yes, there'll be a explanation for it, yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
So to answer Councilor Aiello's question, the 30 days is before us tonight to affirm or to change.
Or to change, yes.
Does the council want to leave 30 days or do you want to make it longer? For the council to make a decision.
Yeah. What was your decision?
To appoint the first, second, or third, does a time frame have to be on that, or should it just
No, that doesn't make. a
assumed it's
difference.
automatic?
The 30 days doesn't hurt anything. The craziness that ensued is what's hurting us. The 30 days didn't hurt anything.
Okay. So there's no change to that paragraph.
You'll be violating the charter if you don't appoint somebody within 30 days.
Yeah, well, we should appoint someone within 30 days. I think councils that drag
You
their
haven't,
feet.
I've lived through it.
Yeah.
I've lived
But-
through it.
I would like to see that, actually. I mean, I don't know if it was enough for a question on its own, but I like that part of it. It's the only part of it I like at this point.
You're setting yourself up. You're setting yourselves up.
All right.
Any other questions on the charter or the amendment rather?
I still need Mr. Conley to break it down.
Councilor LaPetra.
All right, so I'm not seeing a point to even having a asterisk by the name. I think what we've decided is we're gonna have an extra position in the school committee. And then the lowest vote getter, the number 4, will automatically have the 2-year term. It doesn't matter if it's candidate A, B, C, D, or anybody else that declares. So even if that candidate doesn't run, number 4 only gets a 2-year term. That seems to be the cleanest version of this, even though I've heard 17 different ideas already.
No, I agree with that
So
position as well.
that's the way it'll have to work.
Okay, that's the way I have to work. So there's no separate ballot, there's no asterisks, all that stuff is out the window,
No
right?
asterisk.
No, but No, you're correct. All that's out.
All right.
It would just have to be clear that that there's a
All right.
position that.
So I'll come back
only
to-
For the remainder of the.
So both,
That's all.
both parties in town will run an extra candidate. So instead of
Yes, sir.
3 candidates each, we run 4 candidates each. And then knowing that whoever finishes fourth only gets 2 years. Now, is that all going to be able to explain in the question? It seems like a lot to put in a question. You got it covered?
So, so
Okay,
what happens is with these ballot questions is there's a voter information booklet that
okay.
is required. Those kinds of considerations, of those kinds of details are discussed in that voter information booklet. The whole voter information booklet doesn't go on the ballot.
All right.
But that much goes on the ballot, the question goes on the ballot. And the voter information booklet addresses the kinds of details in this process that you've been discussing.
Yeah, it's foolishly overcomplicated, I'll be a no, but at least I understand what we're doing now after 30 minutes.
Any other questions?
I just want to clarify, everyone keeps talking about the school committee. We are talking about the town council. This is question 1.
Yeah.
I do not understand. If we want to bundle them together, which is great, I will amend the motion to have it be exactly the same for both.
Well, it will be, so we're just, the school committee is a real life example, that's why we keep saying that, but yeah, town council for this particular question, then we're running back with this word school committee in about 5 minutes.
All right, well, we shouldn't have to
Mr.
go. through the
President.
vote
Point,
again.
point well taken.
Yeah.
I think we should call the motion. We've been exhausted.
I strongly advise you guys to say shall attempt to appoint and not,
Thank you.
and not mandate 30 days. You're setting future councils up to fail. You should keep it
Thank you.
shall by majority vote attempt to appoint. You're setting the council up.
All right, call the motion.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I have, shall serve until the next scheduled general election. And there was discussion of adding the term or the remainder of that term. I didn't get an amended motion for that language.
Sorry, that was part of the, I believe that was the original language that Mr. Conley used included for the remainder of the term.
But that's not what I had in the
Like to
vote.
amend the motion, Council Niemeyer?
I'll amend the motion to include for the remainder of the term. For the remainder of the term.
Is there a second
Well,
for that?
no,
amendment?
no. So shall serve until the next scheduled general election or the remainder of that term.
Mr.
Second.
Conley, did you say for the remainder of that term or the remainder of that term?
For the next general election for the remainder of that term.
Or the remainder of
Yeah.
that term. Yep.
And if I need to re-second that, I'm still a second.
Council, Healy reseconds it. Hearing that, the amended motion on the table, I'll call a vote. Poll vote. Council Vandover?
No.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Chair votes yes. I believe that is the entire, call the original vote to approve the council question and the description. Do I have do we have that vote, Mary?
So confused. I thought that we had the original motion until the next scheduled general
Yeah, so
election.
now we're gonna vote.
And then there was an amendment to add for the remainder of the term, that term. So now you're going,
So now we're gonna vote. I need a motion to vote for the amended motion. That includes next scheduled regular election for the remainder of that term.
Mr. President, I don't believe you
Yes.
need a motion to vote on I think we can just proceed with voting on the motion. We just voted on the
We
amendment to the
just voted
motion.
on the amendment, so now I'm voting on the amended motion.
Yes.
The main motion as amended.
hold on.
Do I have that motion?
Motion made. I don't think.
I didn't know
we
who
needed
made
a-
it.
I think it was just Mike and myself, and it was all in one motion to amend
That's what I said.
that sentence and part of it, and then that's what we just voted on 4-3.
So Madam Clerk, do you want us to vote on this or are we all done?
I thought the amendment took in the entire question and added for the remainder of the term.
My mistake.
Agreed.
Okay.
So question 1 is approved to move forward. Question 2, this is similar, but it refers to the school committee. Do we have a motion to,
Go ahead. The same exact motion that was just made for number 1 can go in for number 2.
Call the question.
Second.
second by Council Niemeyer? Poll vote, all in favor?
Yeah, you better pull
You
vote.
have to, you have to ask for discussion, Mr.
Oh,
President.
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
You can't call a vote until everybody's had the opportunity to talk at least.
I hope we
once.
don't just repeat ourselves, but go ahead.
Council Aiello, you have the floor.
No, I'm just, again, another question that ought to wait. There's no reason for this tonight at the 11th hour. Changing these, we spent all this time on this, discussing the previous one, which is the exact same reasoning and rationale for this. The public deserves better. You don't mess with the charter at the 11th hour. None of this tonight is urgent. None of it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We have to wait for one counselor. Yeah, I know it. Yes. I'm going.
Call the vote. Call the vote.
I'm
Call the
going
vote.
to speak
Call the
for a
vote.
moment. I have the floor that this is to give greater input with the public for both the school committee and for the town council.
Nice delay tactic to ensure a vote.
Well, I'm not going to vote with you guys.
Well, why we have?
Why not?
Why we wait?
We don't wait for anybody else that's in the bathroom.
No, no recess.
All in favor? Aye.
No,
I don't think that passed.
but we've only had 2. I guess we're still in session. Who wants to take over? We've only had 2 votes of recess. You want to run the meeting, Bill? Chris took off on us.
Who made the motion in the second for the recess? I'm sorry.
I made the motion.
And it failed 4-2. And Chris just took off.
It didn't get.
Well,
it
why we have a
didn't
chance?
get
We're still in
voted.
session. Mr.
This is
Costa.
the most embarrassing moment that we've ever had.
Well, I don't know what you call it recess and have the president walk off.
Because you're yelling and we don't need to be up.
We're
here
not yelling. We're not yelling at all. That's
Adults.
they turn my mic up louder than everybody else's. We've been through this. So,
Call the council back into order. Recess is done. We ask for a motion for item 2.
got a question of the solicitor.
Is there a question to you, Mr. Conley?
Yes, okay, so we're seeing what we're doing on questions 1 and 2. How it's going to be presented on the charter, and you've indicated that it's all going to be made good with the pamphlet, the booklet that goes along to show you how to vote. Boy, it's going to be open to interpretation in the back end, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how you're going to get this question precise to show that the lowest vote getter is going to slide into a 2-year term. I mean, it seems to me you'd have to kind of specify that. I mean, it's good to have it in a booklet to explain to people, but I don't know if we have the legal backing. If you want to go that far with it and try to get the legal backing, that's fine. If you don't think we need to. All right. Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve question 2 as amended?
I made the motion.
Is there a second?
Second by Mr. Niemeyer.
Councilor Niemeyer, second. Motion on the table. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Poll vote.
No.
Councilor Vandover,
No.
Yes.
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 No.
chair votes yes. Question is approved to go forward. Question 3. This was requested by Councilor Petra.
You want me to preface it?
Certainly.
Okay. This is to keep the charter in line for how many terms the Westerly Town Council and the Westerly School Committee can serve. So I guess we have to use candidate A and B. We can't say
Please.
names. All right. So currently there's somebody on the school committee, candidate A, who was appointed. I think he finished about 2 or 3 years of his term. He finished another term and he's going to be running for town council. So he let us all off the hook, but he could have run again for school committee. He could have theoretically been in for 11 years. If the language for the town council had applied, he would not have been allowed to run again. So it's apples and oranges when it should be apples and apples. Another person, candidate B, who was just appointed, not only can finish this term out, but he could run 2 more times. So he would be in for a total of 10 years. If this was the town council rules, that would not be possible. So what we're trying to do is align both the town council and the school committee together. And the difference in the words were, I believe the town council says you can't serve more than 2 consecutive terms, where the school committee's language was you can't serve more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms, so it's opened up the window for them to serve 9, 10, 11, 11 and a half years. So all I'm trying to do is keep both bodies in check to the same set of rules.
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Vandover. Discussion? Councilor Hill?
You knew, huh? Again, while this deserves attention, again, at the 11th hour is not the time to be doing charter questions. There's no harm in letting this float through, and have it raised up with the next charter revision commission, or have the council take it up at the next term and do it, and allow more time for proper discussion, proper timing. And the public deserves better than this. And even though it was obviously an oversight, I guess, from the Charter Revision Commission, a lot of good folks, a lot of good ideas, but you know, we're all human. People make mistakes. But this, again, this is not earth shattering. This is not urgent. There's nothing, again, nothing on here is critical that has to get passed tonight so it can get on the election ballot in November. Not a darn thing. I said before, the only thing that kind of made sense was to straighten out the, when the new council and school committee would get sworn in to make it consistent and clearer for everybody, staff and the candidates. But that question got pulled. So again, this is, it may be worthwhile. It's to fix a mistake, but again, it's not hurting anything, hasn't hurt anything. And again, wait until the Charter Revision Commission, the council can appoint at any time, Charter Revision Commission to look at anything. Or they can take it up themselves and take time to actually discuss these things and propose it at one time. Thank you.
Councilor Schlaba?
With all due respect to Counselor Aiello, I'm going to reiterate what our clerk said, that we have to do this tonight. We actually had this on the last agenda to talk about this on the last agenda. It got pushed to here. This is not the 11th hour. This is, if we choose not to move this forward, that's fine. But just for clarification, it's not the 11th hour. And unfortunately, we have to do whatever tonight because we pushed this back to this meeting when we could have spoken about it prior, when it had been on the agenda prior. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none,
I'm
roll
gonna-
vote.
No, I'm responding.
Yeah,
No,
I'm responding. Yes, I have a
We're
legal,
not, you don't have the floor.
I have
Mario.
I have a legal
You
right
don't
to,
have the floor.
I have a
Chris,
legal
just let him
right.
respond. Just let him-
I have a legal
Chris,
right to
Chris,
respond.
How
She brought
so?
up,
Your name isn't mentioned. Your name isn't mentioned.
you were sitting right next to her.
She didn't say it, Councilor.
Yes,
Aiello.
she
She
did.
said that the motion was,
She did.
she did not say.
Chris, you,
Oh, my
let him
God.
respond and go quicker. Let him
She
respond.
did.
You have 1 minute if you'd like.
You can't set a time limit.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna talk about this back and forth.
I could have been done by now if you shut your mouth.
A good mood because of your shirt.
Again, this is what we have for council president, people.
5
This is
minute
what you voted
recess.
for.
So.
You don't have the
So
floor.
move.
I'm going to speak when we
5
come
minute
back.
recess. You can keep talking.
Why do we just keep going to recess with no vote? Let's get through the night here.
There's no vote.
We already had the 2 stupidest charter questions of all time.
Well, it's
missing. And our clerk. We could get in order for the continued meeting. While the council assembles, I just want to apologize to the public for what I overreacted with Councilor Aiello. He has every right to speak, no matter how redundant, in my opinion, redundant. But we're going to live by the proper rules. I did not hear Councilor Shalaba mention Councilor Aiello's name, and under those circumstances, Councilor Aiello had a right to speak, and I tried to shut him off, so I apologize to Councilor Aiello for that outburst that I had.
And I apologize to Counselor Aiello.
Thank you both. And just to clarify, 11th hour doesn't mean a literal 11th hour, like on the wristwatch. 11th hour is the last minute, basically, and some of these things were discussed at the last meeting. There was an agenda item listed in June at a meeting, but there was absolutely no documentation provided. It was just a blurb, an agenda item title on the agenda. There was nothing for the public to review. And nothing for the council to actually have either with the packets. So that was pushed from June to July, the first meeting in July. And that's the first opportunity that the public had to see it and for the council to have a real discussion. This is the second meeting still. This is, I consider the whole month of July, 11th hour, when you're talking about the charter. So I wanted to clarify that point, and make some corrections on the timeline. This is the 11th hour to make charter question changes. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Excuse me, I just want to make sure that it is question number 3 as written on the resolution.
Yeah,
Yes,
Councilor
that would be a
Healy
motion.
made the motion, seconded by Councilor Van Dover. Hearing that, all in favor of question 3?
I'll vote, 'cause
Aye.
Bill will say no.
All right, poll vote on question 3. Councilor Aiello, start at your end.
No.
Yes.
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 Chair votes yes.
Mr. President,
Yes?
I apologize for interrupting, but during the recess, a clerk brought to my attention that there may be need for clarification on the process, given some of the questions that were raised by the council that I may perhaps did not answer definitively. I wanted the council to understand that the resolution you are approving tonight is what goes on the ballot. The vote information booklet is separate from that. And so what is what you're approving in this resolution is what will go on the ballot. I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving now to our final question.
You want me to preface this too, Chris, or it's up to you?
Yeah, I'm looking for the,
It's at the bottom.
Councilor LaPetra had offered this. This,
As I discussed, as the council discussed a few weeks ago, our current ordinance our charter, so to speak, to advertise ordinances has a few, let's say, indiscrepancies or a few ways to interpret it that might not be ideal. So it started as a cleanup question. And then when we started digging into it, Mr. Conley helped me with this as well. We found out, and Mr. Lacy as well. So it turns out that we were spending a lot of money advertising, and what I would say is an antiquated form to do this. Where we live in a tech world, we have options for people, even the few people that haven't come up to speed with the tech world. We still have options for them. We can mail them the full ordinance. We could create kiosks at the library, the town hall. There's still plenty of ways for everybody to be able to see any ordinance changes that we want to have advertised, and also to save the town thousands of dollars, who knows how much. It could be anywhere from 20,000 to 200,000, depending on what we had advertised. I know Charleston is doing the exact same thing. They spent over 90,000 last year. We're just going to try to get up to speed and save the town some money while we're doing it. So that's kind of what this question is.
Thank you. Discussion on the question as written? Counselor Healy,
No, go.
you don't want to go? Okay, Counselor Aiello?
Thank you, yes, and how much money has been spent on advertising ordinances this year?
It's been given on the record,
No, no problem.
20,000.
As just ordinances, doesn't include legal fees, doesn't include probate, it's a lot of, and I believe, I've seen other instances where that number was higher too, so the
Right.
paper's been
Okay.
higher.
Well, I know which way you side on this, so, I mean, and how much in prior years with the advertising? Is this year less than prior years?
It is less. The big zoning amendment we did by a QR code. So we didn't post we did a QR code on it. So I would say in previous years, we've been up in the $30,000 and $40,000 range for advertising.
So we're actually a little bit under this year. So we're in the right track. And I just want to read an excerpt from the ACLU's letter to the council, July 13th, 2026, and a little note at the bottom. It's an excerpt. We have raised elsewhere a general concern with some of the proposals in light of the fact that many people do not have regular access to the internet, and local newspaper announcements of important municipal matters can still serve an important notification function. Being on the council right now, I get a lot of notifications, but not being on it, yeah. My internet can be spotty, and I don't spend all day on the internet. So, and there are a lot of people who just don't. I think the print edition, I think, is still viable for probably another 5 to 10 years, probably. And that's my opinion. And this is an aging community as well. So I think that we need to be cognizant of that. And this isn't earth shattering. It's $100 million, $105 million budget. I don't think, 20, 25, even 30,000, depending on what's all being advertised, is a huge ask to inform the public of potential changes that are coming. So I can't support this. I doubt I'll be on the council again in the future, but maybe in 5 years, reconsider this. But all electronic, I think, is a bad idea. Add electronic stuff, absolutely. You know what? And it could be a good test base to include all the electronic stuff to get it up, to work out there'll likely be some kinks. You got to work them out, and you get through all of that so that when it does become time to eliminate print, if it does, then everything is running smoothly. You have it up. You don't have missed this or missed that. I think it's just safer right now to stick with the print, and absolutely add electronic. Get used to it now, and it's a transition. It is a curve, and there's days I just like to throw this in the trash, so I think we have to be cognizant of that. And there are people who don't have the access, either physically or they maybe they can't afford it, don't want it, technology, or where they live, spotty. It's not great. I mean, even cell phone coverage isn't the best around town in every spot. Getting better, but there are a lot of dead areas. Technology is improving. We're just not there yet to eliminate the print edition. I'm all for adding electronic, but not eliminating the print. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll just add that I think the QR code was a great idea that the clerk had to save money, obviously, and to provide for even greater access. So I think this allows for that to continue at the reduced cost. So I'm in favor of this. Any other? With that said, I'll call the motion. Poll vote, Councilor Aiello,
I don't have a motion or a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have a motion to approve as written?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, second by Counselor Vandover. Any other discussion? Counselor Healy?
Yes, I just, my 2 cents here is this already went before the voters 2 years ago. This was a ballot question. They wanted it all in the newspaper. That's what the vote was. If we want to talk about things going to the voters too many times, here it is. Taking away any accessibility to local government is the wrong choice. 20 grand isn't a lot. I will respectfully agree with Counselor Aiello that this isn't needed.
Okay, any other discussion? Poll vote, Counselor Aiello?
No.
Yes.
No?
Yes.
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 And the chair votes yes. That concludes our questions. Do we need an overall for the resolution?
I will make a motion to approve this resolution as amended 700 times.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Shalaba. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
6-1 approved. Thank you for that spirited discussion. Moving now to item 8C, short-term rental registration ordinance discussion only. This is an update of what subcommittee, I'll call it, has been working on with a solicitor. Counselor Healy, do you want to? Counselor Niemeyer, would you like to?
Sure. So this is something that myself, Councilor Healy, and Councilor LaPetra worked on with the town manager, helping along to help us get the information we needed. So the main notion that we had going into this is that we didn't want to create an arbitrary line, but we did want to note that there are places in town where the zoning makes sense for short-term rentals, and there are places where it doesn't. And we wanted to get down to the bottom of which one is which. And along the way, we also decided to break out short-term rentals into two categories: hosted short-term rentals, basically the owner is on site during the guest's stay, and unhosted short-term rentals where the owner is not on site during the guest's stay. The purpose of that is that when someone is on premises, it's functionally like having a guest over. When someone is not on the premises, it is much more like a commercial activity and is now taking place in places that are not zoned necessarily for commercial activities. So we went through the residential districts and a few other mixed or commercial districts to see which ones it made sense in. Essentially, anywhere where you can have a residence, hosted short-term rentals would be permitted anywhere in town. For unhosted short-term rentals, there would be 3 zoning districts where they would be able to take place: high-density residential 10, shore commercial Watch Hill, and shore commercial general. We chose those because they already, when people come to us complaining about the nature of unhosted short-term rentals, their main complaint is that it changes the character of the neighborhood. These ones that we identify, these 3, are not really changed in any way in terms of their character by short-term rentals because they already have a culture like that in place. Shore commercial Watch Hill, shore commercial general, and high-density residential 10 are all down by the coastline. They all have the beach, vacation vibe about them already. The character would not be changed by unhosted short-term rentals taking place in those 3. Every other residential district that we noted would have its character changed in some way. Rural residential is meant to have an agricultural character. Certain low-density residentials are meant for there's a low-density residential 43, which is meant for the Watch Hill area. Medium density residential 30, which is for medium residences, but is sort of a little bit more experimental. You can have sort of more different types of activities going on there. Medium residential, medium density residential 20, which is much more strictly residential than medium density residential 30 is. I could go on, and I have probably gone on too long already on that point, but that essentially is what we have come up with, is that if you were to break this out and you were to make two additions to our zoning use table, one for hosted short-term rentals and one for unhosted short-term rentals, it makes sense for hosted short-term rentals to take place anywhere where a residence already is. Unhosted short-term rentals really only make sense in 3 zoning districts. And I'd love for my, other folks who worked on this to offer their input as well.
Councilor Petra?
I don't want this to count as my turn, but I would like to quickly define what Mr. Nehemiah says when he says hosted. And I'll take that right out of our current ordinance. And if, I don't know what, it's under B1A, owner occupant. So when we're talking about, when we say hosted use, this would be the language that I'd like to adopt. An owner occupant where the owner of the property is residing in the property at all times that is being rented out as a residential short-term rental. So that's what we mean by hosted. Obviously, unhosted is just that, and that's all. I'll talk later, maybe.
Councilor Healy?
Just to add on, when Councilor Niemeyer talked about the character of the locations, something that we talked about that Councilor LaPetra really helped me understand was a lot of these smaller homes and larger homes that are down near the coast have never been winterized. So having a full-time family or elderly, whoever in those homes isn't reasonable anyways. And it's always been there. It's been there for decades. Everybody has been renting these things out, whether it's cottages, Cove Hill, right? Cove, thank you. It's really about preserving what we have as Westerly and having our visitors come and those homeowners be able to operate in that way. And then it is also protecting our neighborhoods, the character of our neighborhoods. If you have, we talk about ADUs all the time, we talk about in-law apartments, if that's what you're renting out and you're on the premises, awesome. We hope that you have a great time and have a good rating on Airbnb. But
It's not allowed, though.
it is, if they're at the house.
You can't rent an ADU as a Airbnb.
Oh, I learned something new today. I just don't like Airbnb, so.
Okay. Okay, with that backdrop explanation, Councilor Van Dover?
So I'm looking at the zoning map here, and you're saying shoreline commercial, Watch Hill, shoreline commercial general would be permitted for short-term, unhosted short-term. Okay. First of all, I need this map blown up big time because it's
Counselor
too
Van
hard to
Dover.
identify those areas. For me, I need to see this blown up. So for me to even begin to try to figure out exactly where you're talking about, it's a little difficult with this map that's been handed to us. I don't have a problem with short-term rentals in Mesquamaket and Mesquamaket only. But in my humble opinion, if you're gonna go after short-term rentals in this town, you better be going after workforce housing in this town as well. If you're saying that we have a shortage of affordable housing and housing, you better go after them too. There are a bunch of, they bring in people from other countries to work and they put them in these workforce housings, and they all have green cards. So you're putting them above our own citizens here in the town. So if we're going to talk about short-term rentals, we're going to definitely need to have a conversation about workforce rentals. I am not for going after any of these people, not workforce rentals or short-term rentals for that matter. I don't think it's right. I don't think we have a right to tell people what to do with their homes. I've said this over and over again. I think we're setting ourselves up for lawsuits with this. This is going to be a battle and a half because people are just not going to take it. And again, if we're going to go after short-term rentals, we better go after other rentals that are eating up our stock from people that aren't even from this country. So I'm sorry. I'm sure I just upset a lot of people, but again, You can't have it both ways. You have to, yes, these are short-term rentals, but they're eating up our stock as well. So it makes perfect sense to me. If we're gonna have to go after one, we're gonna have to go after the other. I am a no. I'm an absolute no on any of this. Again, I don't think we have the right to tell people what they can do with their properties as far as who and when they can rent them out to. They pay their taxes. They put these people bought these homes. They have a right to do with them what they want to do with them. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Shalaba?
I just want to get clarification on this paperwork that we got that says short-term rental list with zoning districts. Are these all the people that have registered with the town?
That is correct. And then they're broken down. You can see the final column we added by the zoning district, so you can see which ones will be impacted by any potential change.
Okay. So with this list of the people that have registered, of course, we know there's probably a bunch that haven't registered and whatever. Would these people that have registered be part of the exemption?
No, not unless they fall within the district and or if they're renting, if they're staying on the property as they're renting. Then that's allowed everywhere.
Okay, so then some of these people can still do short-term rentals versus others that can't. Okay, for me, I've said it all along, I agree with short-term rentals. I think it needs to be town-wide. I don't think we should draw a line in the sand, but that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
I give a point of view from a Republican who apparently does not have a disdain for legal immigrants. I like legal immigrants. I like year-round families. So let me just say, from that point of view, and I am a Republican. So I'm gonna say, one point was already been touched upon from Council Nehemiah. And he mentioned preserving the character of the neighborhoods. Great point. I'm gonna take a second point here, okay? We talk about not having enough homes for year-round families. We talk about this, everybody campaigns on it, actually. We have a problem, there's really no solution. We can't put enough houses up with our infrastructure to ever meet that demand. But what we can do is we could possibly put another 100, 200, I don't know how many families back in year-round homes. These homes are basically just being poached by out-of-state, sometimes companies, sometimes millionaires who just decide to invest instead of putting all the money in the market. They want to diversify, and they're turned into little businesses in these neighborhoods. And these houses are taken off the market for families that can live here year round. It's not fair. It's a problem all across, not just a Westerly problem. This is a problem all across the coast of Rhode Island. We have to take a stand. Other towns have. We have a great solicitor that will defend us against lawsuits. We know how to word this. We know how to enact this legislation that will hold up. It's time that we take our town back. I mean, it's something that's going to help us in so many different ways, and it will, first and foremost, give more people a place to live.
Thank you. Counselor Niemeyer?
One thing I'll add is that if you look at the list that was provided of homes that are currently listed, more than half of them are in these three districts. The majority of them would remain able to be unhosted. It's just in areas where a lot of other folks live, where a small amount become very noticeable very quickly. So I think that's an important distinction to make, is that a lot of this of these unhosted short-term rentals are already in these three districts. I'd also mention in terms of regulating property use, you can't, for instance, build a nuclear reactor in your backyard. There are limits on what you can do, and we set those limits. And I think a reasonable limit is that you cannot do commercial activities in residential neighborhoods unless it's zoned for that. I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach, and that is what we've done here.
You had a shot. Keep going. Anyone else who hasn't spoken want to speak? You have another shot.
Thank you. if we can get this emailed or online or something, I'll try and blow it up on the screen and see if I can see it, read it a little better. This big color graphic. And I'm having a hard time seeing the HDR10 and HDR6, but can you hold it? But I would like to know why you focused on HDR10 and not HDR6, difference there. And then, yeah, the biggest thing, I need to look at this a little more closely. And yeah, and the Misquamicut, yeah, traditionally, Misquamicut, yeah, we all know, South of Shore Road, decades ago, that was traditionally, a lot of cottages, beach-time the summertime cottages, but it has changed quite a bit over time. And so much so that the Squamish Fire District is even building another fire station or expanding and adding on and doing more and more. So there's a lot more year-round occupancy in Misquamicut than there used to be. So you got to look at that. And I remember looking at the pin map last time too, and I didn't realize there were so many spread around town versus I thought majority of them would have been South of Shore Road, but that wasn't the case on the last map. And I haven't looked at this one very closely, but so it's a good start. And then and they definitely want to increase the fines for the people who don't comply. Shouldn't be a problem for most people, but the people who abuse it or violate it should, they make more than a lot of them make more than 500 in one night, so, or a weekend, and a lot more. Not all of them, but there are. And we need to do something. I agree. We need to do something. It's just how to get there. And then a question on, for instance, if hypothetically, if this was adopted soon, even though in the amended zoning regulations, now, if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. President, the solicitor may need to chime in on this one, is that when you have a zoning regulation change and property owners become non-conforming, they don't automatically lose what they're doing. They can keep maintaining what they're doing.
I can answer
If
that.
I'm not mistaken, I'd rather have the solicitor give his
Okay.
legal opinion.
Your opinion is valid, but.
I appreciate it, but I want to hear from the person we pay for legal advice. So, when there's a zoning change, if people have been, say, take the short-term rentals, for instance, people have been doing it in one area. Now, for some reason, this particular area is no longer approved for short-term rental. Are those people automatically left out, or does that, or are they allowed to continue operating?
If it's a non-conforming use, and it represents a circumstance where there was a permitted or allowed use. And through zoning amendment, it becomes a non-permitted use. In that case, you're continued to have a right to that continued use when it was a permitted use. You can't expand it, you can't change it in any way. Is that answering your?
However you were operating it at the time, that could continue. You couldn't modify it, so to speak. And does it?
If it was a permitted.
If it was a permitted use,
it survives.
all right,
But it survives as a non-conforming.
right. And does that non-conforming use attach to the property, the deed, or does it go bye-bye when the people sell the property?
No, non-conforming use attaches to the property.
To the property.
May I
So-
contrast the solicitor's opinion real
And then
quick?
And then
Can
I,
we let people finish?
and then just at some point, I'd like to know HDR 6 and 10. Thank you.
Are you all set? I have a few questions as well, and oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You didn't go yet.
So,
Councilor LaPetra, we need another recess. Councilor LaPetra, please respect the council. Please respect the council. You'll have another turn. Okay, Counselor Healy.
I don't think accurate information was given, Mr. President. I'd like to
Well,
correct it sooner than later before we continue the discussion. Because Mr. Aiello is under an impression that I don't believe is going to end up holding up. I have a different interpretation of the law. So may I just give my interpretation real quick?
It's fine.
I don't understand why.
Sir,
I
Exactly.
play one on
are you an
TV.
attorney, sir?
So Dylan, give me one sec. I want to touch on a couple of things. And the first one, I want to give some sort of credit to our president, our vice president. I believe Counselor Vandover was also at the agenda setting meeting. These maps that we're looking at that are so small are attached to this agenda. We can put them on the computer, we can put them on our TV. We have not been not given something. We all have access to zooming in. It is not a hard thing. It is
That was not my
fair
point. I did not say
we-
that.
It is not fair that we say that we can't see things or we don't have access to the information because that would be an OMA issue. For the HDR6 that Counselor Aiello brought up, if you look at where those are going to be the brown, dark brown ones, and it is all in the area of Junkin Java, Tower Street, down near the hospital, and then up toward White Rock. They are all residential areas where commercial businesses are not allowed. And that is what, at the end of it, we're not telling anybody they can't have Airbnb in Westerly. Anybody at any place that has a residence can have an Airbnb. You can either have it because you stay there, or you can have it because you're in the right area and you don't have to stay there. But there is no lawsuits that can come about saying I can't have Airbnb like in other towns in the state. This, from what I understand, when this is approved, people on the lists that we were given that are attached to the agenda, so people at home can click and look at the whole list. If those individuals are in an area where you have to be a hosted Airbnb, say, I'll use my property as an example, Bowling Lane, you have to live there in order to have Airbnb. If they don't live there, they can't have Airbnb. There's no grandfathered in, there's no, oh, I had it 10 years, none of that. There's no sunset date, there's nothing. It is cut and dry. Once this is approved, if you live on Bowling Lane and you do not reside in the house, now that's a duplex, you could reside on one side and rent out the other. If you're not there, you don't get it. If you live there, fine. Short-term rentals. Yeah, 28 days, yes. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. It's my turn. I'll use it. Then we can start again. I just am still getting acclimated to the areas that are being proposed and we've been given a zoning map and we've been given land use table where 3 zones are acceptable without being owner occupied. And we've also been given a location, the managers put together a location map of where all the current short-term rentals are. And I'm trying to match Watch Hill, which has, quite a bit of short-term rentals. Weekapaug does not have many, they have few, and Shelter Harbor has more than a few. Those areas are excluded, is that what we're saying? Because when we had our public hearings, that was a sizable amount of people were talking about how they rent their homes out in those 3 areas, and I'm not certain that they had any problems. So I'd be interested in why those vacation areas are not included, and if they could be included. That's that, and then going to the grandfathered issue. I was walking into this meeting, I didn't think you could be grandfathered, but you're saying tonight that you can. Solicitor.
I want to make sure I'm answering the question properly. So I want to state what the principle is, and then if there are specifics addressing what the principle is. If property is engaging in an allowed use and a municipality changes that zone so it becomes a non-permitted use, because you are engaging in a permitted use, you get to keep that use. The municipality can't take it away from you. The principle of not, and it's called, what we're all referring to as grandfathered uses is called a non-conforming use. The existence of the non-conforming use cannot expand, can't be held any differently. It is limited to exactly what you had. If a property owner, even though what I said before, that it attaches, that status as a non-conforming use attaches to the land, if a property owner discontinues that use, even though it's permitted, they lose it. They lose it in non-conforming status. So that's generally the principle of how a non-conforming use is created, what the limitations are on it. I'd answer any specific questions if there are any circumstances that doesn't address.
So we'll let them ask more, but that's the last question I have today. I just want to give an overview that I'm in favor of short-term rental restrictions. It's in the news just today in the Providence Journal, on the radio about Newport, and they're overcrowding and they're losing their neighborhoods. So this is a real crystal ball if you want to see Newport or Narragansett. You don't want Westerly to be that same model. So I'm very much in favor of limiting in our residential neighborhoods where families can live rather than be pushed out by out-of-state investors. But the way it's done, conforming, some of these other areas I mentioned on the shore, the fire districts that have historically had short-term rentals, I'm interested in that, and that's it for me right now.
So let me be clear. I saw the map, but the people can't see the map. That needed to be put up here so that the people could see the map. That's first of all. Second of all, you guys run on, or Councilor LaPetra runs on the fact that there's all these commercial companies buying these homes. Well, Stanton Realty actually shouldn't be here. It should be the actual names of the people that own the home, not Stanton Realty. That's just the rental body that rents for these people. And I did go through a bunch of these. Where's all the corporations? Because I don't see any corporations here. If there is, there might be one. But all these listed are people's names that are just single family, whatever rent. There's no, the argument for commercial is, I'm sorry, that big businesses and big investors are buying in here is not realistic. Okay. I'm glad to hear that people will be grandfathered in, because my next question was, how can you take it away from them when they've already been doing it, they've paid the dues, and we've already allowed it? And thank God, Mr. Solicitor answered the question as I would have answered it. They become legal, non-conforming use. You cannot take it away from them. It doesn't, you can't give them something and then take it away. So that is huge off my mind, because there's a lot of people in this town who have come before us, and a lot of them use this income in order to pay their own bills. Not all, but some. Yes, it's a little investment for them. Good for them. I have no problem with that. So those were my concerns. Also, in my honest opinion, Well, again, everything is grandfathered in, so I won't even give you my honest opinion on that. However, it eases my mind to know that the people that already have these won't lose them. Thank you.
Council LaPetra?
I'm gonna start off by addressing Mr. Duham when he says, for instance, Watch Hill, it's different areas of Watch Hill. I think the working group did a good job of showing that Bay Street is a place where short-term rentals belong. It's commercial. However, there's a neighborhood off Ocean View Highway, which is traditionally a residential neighborhood, which I don't think they appreciate short-term rentals in the neighborhood. So not every part of Watch Hill is the same. And Shelter Harbor is a neighborhood. I mean, a few people do it down there, but I'm sure a lot of people don't like it either. So we have to take into consideration that not every part of one part of town operates the same way. Musquamic is probably the only part of town where really all that neighborhood, both sides of the pond, pretty much have always been short-term rentals. But I wouldn't apply that blanket philosophy to Watch Hill or anywhere else. Now I'm going to talk about this non-conforming use. So this grandfathered in situation here, and my interpretation of it. We've talked about zoning attached to the land and non-conforming use. However, what we're currently doing now, Alex Haley did a good job of answering part of the question where she said, you know, technically they still will be able to be short-term rentals. They just have to be on site. So that's one point. But here's my other point. These contracts for these short-term rentals are one-year contracts. They expire every year. So if you sign a contract for a short-term rental, if it's through December 31st, January 1st, you're no longer in conforming use. That's it. That contract expires and all your privileges oh yes, of course. I mean, once that contract expires, it's a one-year contract. It's not attached to the land. It's a 1 year at a time contract. So when that year ends, non-conforming use is no longer applied.
It's just a registry. It's not, it's permission.
Okay, well, I'm gonna throw that point out there back to Mr. Connolly and see where he lays on it now. Go ahead, Bill.
Bill, you want to speak to the contracts?
Sure, the registration form, is not like, it's not a licensing form, it's not it's a administrative, process for keeping track of these short-term rentals, where they're located and who's operating them. If they've been engaging in this use with permission, and it is a permitted, and based on the zoning, existing zoning code, it's a permitted use. It's going to get non-conforming status.
Permitted use with a finite end date of 1 year. So you're permitted, please, will you please be quiet while I'm talking, please? So you have a 1 year permission. On day 366, you no longer have permission. That's it. Your permission is ended day number 366. In fact, you have to ask for permission again every year. How is that gonna grandfather you in?
You have to register again.
Yeah, you have to register again, exactly.
Right.
So all you've done is register.
You're not getting licensed. You have to register again for the administration purposes. I understand what you're saying. I'm having, I'll be, I need to tell you what I think the legal analysis that applies. I think that's going to be a very difficult argument to make that does, because of the registration requirement, that it really doesn't qualify as a use under your use code. I think that's going to be a difficult argument.
Well, but I think in the whole town would be a subject to non-conforming use, wouldn't it? Everywhere that it possibly is now would be non-conforming use. How are the other towns getting around that? Because it seems to me, by going by that philosophy, by that way of thinking, Mr. Connolly, everything's non-conforming use because you have the right to go register your short-term rental.
Why don't we put this in a more information category? How did Newport regulate certain areas and not and eliminate it from other areas? Just so we can keep moving. Anything else, Councilor Petra?
No, I think that's going to be
Okay.
a real issue because we have way too many now. And if we have to grandfather everybody in, then I don't know how much of a service we're really doing to this town. It's already out of control. We have to peel it back. We can't just hold the line where we've already been buried. So I know other towns have done it. They found a way, so.
Council Shalaba.
So looking at the maps that we have and looking at the zoning amendments where we're looking at hosted versus unhosted, and hearing that most of this should be, toward Watch Hill, Atlantic Avenue, I see on the color map that rural resident 60 and density residential 43 are in the Watch Hill, Atlantic Avenue area, and yet they're not listed as acceptable for the unhosted use. So I feel like when we're saying shore commercial Watch Hill, shore commercial general, which I would think is also down in that area, I feel like there's a discrepancy here right now with the unhosted part. So I think I think for me anyway, I need more clarification.
Thank you. Councilor Ely.
It's actually really good to hear all of this because everything that is being brought up right now was brought up in the room with the three counselors and Town Manager Lacy. So if we look at the zoning map in general, a bird's eye view, this is a mess. And everybody knows that, whether we're sitting up here, whether it's the planning board, whether it's staff, whether it's town manager, everybody knows that this is a mess. We have a whole thing with Route 1. And so there was a couple of different ways that we could have went about it. An overlay was really the first thing that we looked at because we could just say, well, this is permitted in this area. But then you start getting down to it. So if we look at, I'll use both President Duhamel, your example for Shelter Harbor. So we looked at that because we saw on the map that there were I think there's 4 non-compliant ones that need to be handled, but
Compliant counts as well, no?
yes, yes. So
green-
there's,
Green and red cow.
they do, yes. So there's like 5 of them, 6 of them. But if you look at what that is zoned for, and you look at the rest of the town, we would end up permitting it all, like, I mean, thousands of more homes just because of how it's zoned. Could we get a committee to look at our zoning? Could we build this out in a way to fix this mess? Yes, we could. I think that's a several-year project that should be considered. But when we looked at what we have now, we had to do what was also the easiest for our planning department and staff when new projects come about, when new purchases of homes are happening. There's too much craziness in this zoning map where we had to kind of get down to the nitty-gritty of it. We did talk about Watch Hill as well because we looked at Bay Street and we looked at down like directly on the water, but there's none there. So there was none on the coastline. And then the couple that are directly in Watch Hill, I want to say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the others are non-compliant. Non-compliant just means maybe they didn't pay. There's other reasons. I'm not saying that they're just bad people. They just need to do more stuff. That is the only reason why those other little neighborhoods were kind of chopped out. If I go back to the bowling lane, if we allow it in Shelter Harbor, we allow it on Bowling Lane and Woody Hill and Church Street. We also would allow it like all near our schools everywhere. So it was hard. It took us a few hours to really look at this and be like, how can we make any sense out of this when everything's a little all over the place? So can this use work? Yeah, of course. That's why we're bringing it to everybody, and we definitely discussion only tonight and everything. Counselor LaPetra made a really good point about the administrative registry. And I think that I'm not a lawyer, first of all. Definitely no, I'm not a lawyer. But is there a way to make our registry more of a contract, more of a, yes, you're registering it with the town, here's what needs to be done. Like we have all of our rules and regulations that need to be done. And if you break this contract, this is what happens. If you break this contract, there's this fine. I agree. I normally am not into fining people or making municipal money in a sleazy way. I want to fine this 100%. So just transparency here. That is the hard part that us three and Sean noticed was just our zoning is crazy. So we really just worked with what we had.
Thank you.
And
Is
one
there
more,
any other?
one more
we-
question of
we'll
the
go
solicitor.
down the line here.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll just say, tonight was discussion only, and I think it was a really good discussion. I think the next step is for this group to get back together, answer some of these questions that were asked tonight, and then bring it back to the council. But I think we heard a lot of great questions that are going to make this even better. So I want to thank everyone for the discussion.
Let's say yellow.
Thank you. Yeah, the big question is how to stop it so we don't lose more houses, more residential properties, to the short-term rental market. There is a place for short-term rentals. There is a need for them, rather, I should say. But we also have a need for housing stock. And we do have a lot of tourists here in Westerly, but I don't want to become a 95% tourist town. This is a nice place to live, work, and play, and grow, and raise a family, hopefully. Or it was when I was younger, anyway. So hopefully we can do that. But it is, I mean, it's been transitioning. I mean, you can read the demographics. It's been transitioning, and hopefully it'll cycle back around to more families as time goes on. As oftentimes many things do. So it's like, don't get rid of your old clothes because they'll come back in style. So, I'm hopeful for that. And I think this is a good go round, and I think we're getting closer to getting something so that we can at least try to stop the growth of it, because there's quite a bit, and you're not really preventing any owner occupied. So that's allowed anywhere. That's key. And so it's just, the only question is the unhosted use, where, and how many zones do you really want to allow that? And so then we can tweak a few other things, the fines and some other things, but the non-conforming use, yeah, the question is, well, what would define where the person stops using it? What's the end zone there, Mr. Solicitor, at some point? What's the end zone where we have a permitted use, zoning changes, it's non-conforming? At what point, what defines where that property is no longer eligible for that prior use, that permitted use? So it's something probably need to have ready for another meeting. So, but I think I think we're going in the right direction, Dylan. I know you've been pushing for this a long time, and been a lot of good comments. And I thought we were gonna have more people from the public tonight, but no, not tonight. So, I think once they get the word, they'll probably be here. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'm willing to advance this more, to how to stop the proliferation of short-term rentals. Is there a moratorium in order, as we just did with the data centers? The non-conforming use, I think that has a big impact on how this is written. It can't be, if these existing uses aren't going to be affected, then it might make it easier for a new ordinance, but I've got the same questions. Councilor LaPetra.
Okay. If you currently have a short-term rental on 17 Oak Street and you're going to be grandfathered in, is the term we're going to use, or you're going to be considered to be non-conforming use? It's one of the most.
Don't mention the owner of that.
No, I'm not. No, it's a random number. 17. I have no idea it was a 17 Oak Street. how short-sighted is it gonna be where 19 Oak Street will no longer be allowed to be a short-term rental, okay? We're gonna have some problems here. So this is very short-sighted, this whole grandfathered idea. I know that a couple councils are hung up on that. So I'm gonna throw another question out to the solicitor, and I don't need an answer now, because this is gonna take a little research. We disagree on the zoning changes for the non-conforming use, but what if we went back to using an overlay district instead of doing it through zoning? Okay, would that get rid of the non-conforming use aspect of this? Just an idea. I don't need an answer now, but we could tackle that in the working group. That's an alternative idea, because I think grandfathered in is gonna be a mistake for these places in town where we're not allowing them, well, we're allowing them only to be hosted, okay? So we do have to attack that. I'm not gonna be on board for any of this grandfathering idea. It's not addressing the root of the problem. Thank you.
Councilor Shalaba?
I want to actually kind of add to what Councilor LaPetra said about grandfathering, because if somebody actually sells that house and it's grandfathered, do they want to, look at that as well? That's fine, but I think that needs to be clarified. But I also think, because of the map that we have, and I understand the districts, and I understand what we're doing, I think if we're still kind of concentrating on a certain area, we need to change zoning first. I think that's our first thing we need to do, change the zoning before, so we have more uniformity. And instead of having, a map with all these colors, we can actually have, this is this zone, this is this zone, kind of like we have the districts for voting and stuff. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, and next question, anyone? Hearing none, we've given the solicitor a task in defining the non-conforming use. We've given this committee a look at what questions were raised. I like the idea of putting these updates in front of the public so that can be absorbed and they can come in at our next meeting rather than, forcing an ordinance through a public hearing process. A workshop seems to work for me. So thank you for the update, and I look forward to the next status update as soon as you're ready.
Chris, could we continue this to the next agenda?
If you're ready.
We got 3 weeks to work on it. We'll be ready. We're gonna meet.
If
So
it's ready, it'll be on, Dylan, but
Okay.
if it's not, I don't want to,
all right, fair enough.
it's up to you guys. Next, communications and reports, liaison reports. Does any counselor have, Counselor Shalaba?
Two things. One, this Saturday is River Glow down here downtown from 7 to 10. Just an FYI. And the second thing is just more of information with the library. Please curb your dog. Don't let them jump in the pond. Don't let them jump in the fountain. Don't put things in the fountain or the pond. Just be cognizant. No, it's actually a real big problem at the park. And of course, pick up after your pet. Thank you.
Counselor Vandover?
So Planning Board, I would like to welcome Doug Loveland. He's our new planner and he's from North Carolina. Thank you, Doug, for making the trek all the way up here north for this position. I think he's going to do a great job, and I just want to welcome him. Also, the Musquamacut Fire Department's addition to the back of the building, it was approved with conditions, administrative conditions. There was an intern here from Boston College most of this summer. Her name is Mary Carter. She created a spreadsheet in order to understand low and moderate income housing, which proved that we will never attain the 10% LMI housing. It's virtually impossible. The way the state has it set up, it's never going to work here in this town. We have too much wetlands, conservative areas, green space, etc. Infrastructure, we don't have, not to mention the fact that we share our water with Stonington. So that was quite enlightening for me. I appreciated all her hard work on that. She did a really good job. And like I said, it just confirmed what I've been saying all along, but that's it on planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other liaison? Moving now to town council. Seeing none. Town manager?
There is something there, but I want to address another solicitor's, request of the solicitor.
Town manager?
Yes, Mr. Manager, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to highlight some of the important work Dale Faulkner's doing with regards to the Homeland Security grant application and the Emergency Management Plan application. Please.
Yeah, so the Homeland Security and Management Performance Grant, we have applied, a grant department, Dale has applied for $141,000 grant, Homeland Security grant, from Homeland Security funds, from the Federal Emergency Management Administration to pay for a cloud-based key fob system within the town, meaning secure. We still have the old system with keys and everything else, but a whole fob-based security system in town for all the offices and entry doors to everything. We also apply for a REMA grant through that same grant for the emergency management side, $10,000 to the emergency management side, to be used for our emergency management director. So I was asked this question, Councilor Niemeyer had asked me about it today, regarding what we had applied for, and that's kind of an overview, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council Van Dover?
Thank you. One thing I wanted to bring up under the town manager's reports is Miss Michelle Murphy. Congratulations on completing the Rhode Island Elections Training and Certification Program, a joint initiative of the Rhode Island Board of Elections and the Rhode Island Department of State Elections Divisions. Congratulations is also extended to, for having completed U.S. Elections Assistance Commissions training designed for election officials to keep up with evolving election needs. So I just wanted to congratulate her for completing that and putting so much hard work into, making sure that our elections are secured. I do have a question, moving the voting to the police department. If we can get an update on that as to, I know that it went before I believe the Ethics Committee, and what all turned out of that. And also, can we get someone to come and talk about data centers that actually is,
Order. Do we save this for requests of the town manager?
isn't that it?
Yeah,
No,
good
we're
point,
we're
good
town
point.
managers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were there. I apologize.
No, we're not.
Okay. Well, those are going to be my requests.
All right, I got the piggyback on the town manager's report, when we congratulated Michelle Murphy. And I believe that was for the, receiving the election training and certification. And Michelle is a dedicated employee and been here a long time. I also would like to mention Rosalie Harris and Joseph Iquoy completed the training as well, Westerly residents. And I am going to mention a Westerly native who also completed it for the town of Coventry, Marcy LaPetra Alves completed it as well. So congratulations to all those people.
Thank you. I just want to point out the police report, 3,833 service calls. That's amazing. That's in 1 month.
That's actually probably down. It's usually about 60,000 calls a year, which is about 5,000 a month, but.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of work, and with all the 53,000 that we have in town now, thanks so much to the department under Chief Paul Gingerella. That's what I had out of this report. Just the sewer updates. You're going out for bid openings, but nothing's been awarded as of yet, or?
The sewer project, the $85 million
Yeah.
project, that's already started on July 6th, I think is when they actually started.
Okay.
They started setting up, mobilizing. So the bids are coming in. In other words, it's awarded to Jacobs. Jacobs is now awarding the bids, per the parameters of the contract, so.
So what's been awarded besides the general contractor?
Well, they're awarding, the general contract allows them to award the bids for the payment of services. So the only thing we're taking on out of it, we did is coming out of the contract is the construction management insurance. We're taking that on because it's about $150,000 savings if we take it on as opposed to going through Jacobs to supply it.
When do you expect, start up and,
They're mobilizing now, so it's actually starting. They haven't actually started digging things, but trailers are set up, power. They're starting to get all the equipment in and all that stuff, so it's it's actively going. We're actually supposed to be closing on the bond, which requires your signatures too, on the 4th or 5th of August.
so they're mobilizing currently and they're gonna put a shovel in the ground.
Relatively, they may have, or nothing major, but I know all the equipment, excavators and everything are starting to show up. Permitting is in place, DM is on, everyone's on board, we're moving forward.
Sounds good. Updates as you move along, that would be helpful. People ask that probably the most. Any other questions of the manager? Moving now to town solicitor.
I have nothing to add this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Town clerk,
Nothing to report.
thank you. Agenda referrals and backlog agenda items.
Yes, sorry. Can we get somebody to come in and talk to us about data centers, just to inform us from this angle? And I know it's going to go before the planning board, but at the same time, why can't we?
And my request is, could we not do that?
Why? I'm sorry, I was speaking anyway. You don't like it when I interrupt you, don't interrupt me. Thank you.
I can try, I don't know, I'll try to research some information and see if I can get someone to speak on their behalf. You're talking as far as the consumption of energy and water and what the impact it has on communities?
Correct.
Let me see what I can come up.
Just to run us over so we know what we're up against.
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of effort on the town planning and planning board, actually, on that item, and they're going to be advising the town council. So any information that you can gather, Mr. Manager, and give it to us in your report, I think will set the tone, but I'd most rather wait for the planning board to vet all that out.
Just to clarify, that is a request of the town manager, not an agenda referral item, correct?
That's how I would put it.
Thank you.
Any other items? Request of town manager is data center data. Okay,
As a request, e-bikes. Last year, the police department posted on Facebook, they took a clip of their law and posted that. I've gotten a lot of people that have asked me what the laws are, what the penalties are. If we could put that back out on social media, or if we have to, I don't know, I don't want to say go in the paper because we can't spend money, but like, my kid had.
Electric bikes all over the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my kid has one, like, but people don't realize that you have to be 16 for this speed, and you can't clock it when they're driving. Like, I don't know how. I give the cops props there.
It's definitely, I tend to, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
In case you didn't really, everywhere you look now, everyone's on, they ought to go back to the regular pedal because there's a little more exercise. But the state side of things, the legislation is trying to come up with a plan to tackle it. Because it's not Westerly, it's not Rhode Island, this is nationwide. There's an issue with these things as far as the restrictions. One-wheel skateboards, scooters, bikes, some gas-powered, some electric-powered. There's a whole mess on the roads whether you register them. If someone gets in an accident, who covers it insurance-wise? It's a whole task. But let me see what I can come up with.
Thank you.
you all set? Council Vandover, Council Repeater, you,
I was just wondering if we could refer that to the bike committee. Could we do that?
they're
Oh,
disbanded.
no? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Innocent mistake.
I just have one more question, if we could get an update also, the CRMC, and we bought those properties down the beach. It says something, actually Saving Coastal Rhode Island, I saw this post, public access will include at least 10 designated parking spots for the public to access the site at Winnapog Pond, and additional parking will be provided for those with kayaks or small watercraft. The town will install signage to clearly mark the parking spaces as CRMC public access parking. 3-hour limits will be used during peak season timeframe to make parking available at all. That's the first I've heard of that, so.
No, that's DEM. DEM has funding and grant money. They're trying to put together a plan as to their likes because there's a conservation easement on the property, which would include some public parking spaces for shellfishing or kayaking or somewhere along the lines. But you know, we just met with them last week for the first time this season. So there's nothing, they'll come up with their plan. There'll be a consultant that comes in, and then it will be presented as a plan to get us to formally adopt or agree to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I can, if you want, I can address the police department. Do you want me to address it now? I mean, I have the information.
Yes, please.
If you prefer, for the police department election. So the polling place changed from Venice Restaurant to the police station this past year. The reason it changed from Venice is an issue with service, Wi-Fi and cellular service. All these new voting machines and everything else run off those services. So we realized that we had to come up with another polling location. And also the early voting that took place in this town hall last time, we realized after we had, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, about 4,000 people early vote. Was it that many?
I don't know the
Yeah, it was
number,
around there.
but there was quite a few.
More than we've ever had.
Yeah.
It would not work here because there's people standing on stairs in their senior citizens years for hours just waiting to vote. So we planned, okay, we're going to move the early voting to the community room at the community room hub at the police station. So just to give you kind of a general idea, so we proposed it to the state level. This was back in January 25. That, and it passed at the Board of Elections, inspected the police department in January 25, June 26, the location passed the inspection. The Board of Canvassers, our Board of Canvassers, unanimously approved the permanent location, relocation at 3604 to the Westerly Police Department on June 2nd. The Board of Canvassers unanimously approved early voting at the Police Department Community Room for that district on June 2nd. The Board of Elections staff officially approved, Board of Elections state level, the relocation 3604 to the Westerly Police Community Room, pending board approval on July 7th. And the Board of Election formally approved the relocation on July 23rd, which myself, Mary, and Reese Howard just had a hearing last week on it before the State Board of Elections, and has been unanimously approved by their board. So some of the concerns, I received an email from a resident regarding concerns of the voting at the police department and potential intimidation of people not feeling comfortable going to the police department to vote. And I explained, as I did with the State Board of Elections, that it is it's a community room. It can be used for Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts. It's an emergency operations center in the event of a hurricane or an emergency. It's not affiliated. I mean, the police department is separate. This is a room. You're not walking through the police department. Roll call hallway areas, locker rooms to get there. So we explained that all to the state level, the State Board of Elections, and it was unanimously approved at their level. Some of the concern I heard from this one email was the fact there's police officers there, and that could make people not feel easy. Keep in mind, state legislation, there's a police officer with a firearm at every polling location statewide by law. All the time. Anytime the polling location is open, there's a police officer there. It was brought up, well, there's cameras there. We're going to be watching people. This particular community room does not have cameras in it. There are cameras in the parking lot of the police department, but there are no cameras in the room. I'd also explained, keep in mind, any of the school locations have far more cameras than the police department has. And so it was brought up that it was mentioned it might have been a different system. It's not. The police department monitors all the cameras in schools. But anyway, the board unanimously approved it. I know everyone here was CC'd on the email that was sent to the State Board of Elections. They asked if there was parking. There's plenty of parking at the police department. There's a front lot, the side roads you can park on. Are you saying that meaning there's not enough?
You can turn
Yeah.
the mic on.
Yeah, there's parking lot in front and plus all the side streets you can park. I mean, the V in the road that goes around it, there's parking on either side of those. And we've hosted,
more
we've
than at the
hosted
town
on,
hall.
yeah.
Actually, Sean, that's a good point, because I don't know where the parking is at the police station too. It seems like they have that little lot, you have that road that kind of goes up to a, where, is there a lot in the back that people can use? I'm not sure
No,
where it would
there's a
be.
secure lot in back of the police. That's where all the personnel comes in.
All right, so where would we be parking for that then?
Park in the front of the building and in the streets on either side. The street, you can street park on either side of it. There's a V, there's a V.
All right, I
Goes
know
to
it's
the
kind of
left,
like
it
a
goes
little
to the right.
roundabout. All right, how many spots you think there are there? I mean, it's fine. I like the
Probably,
location.
you can, we've hosted well over 100 people in this.
Really?
community,
Okay, all
So,
right. I'm parking in the wrong
yeah.
places then.
What, I was under the impression that the police department was moved from here to there in order to accommodate for voting. Is that correct?
the police department had moved from here.
Yeah,
to
it
town
was,
for
it was
early
next
voting.
door before, and then they built the new one in hopes of being able to use it for voting, no?
No, that's
No?
not why, it was built. The voting went from here as an early voting, town hall here, to the police department. But it's ADA accessible, ramp, there's separate bathrooms, it's definitely much more convenient to try to come into this building for early voting. And
That's early voting for the entire town, right? Early voting for the entire town.
early voting for the entire town, that is correct.
Thank
And
you.
Mary, am I correct, is the primary voting at the middle school or there, or is it each district?
We're using 3 locations for, the primary.
Police department being one of them.
No, well, wait a minute now. We're using Springbrook, the Bradford, Social Citizens Club. Yep, and, the middle school.
So it's not for the primary,
No,
but then general election, yes.
well, yeah, we use it for the general.
So this is a pretty complete report, but if you would put that in words for your town manager so the public can see that more
Okay.
clearly.
That's fine.
And we'll see it on our next agenda. Request of the town solicitor by councilors.
And this could be a combined one, but it'll depend on the answer from Mr. Conley, either tonight or in the future, but it refers to the ACLU report. Report of, they're examining practices of school committees and municipal councils. That's in our packet tonight. And is it possible for the town to have remote participation for the public for just town council and school committee and not all of the other boards and committees and commissions? And if it is possible, what kind of budget are we looking at, Mr. Manager, for that? If we can just do the town council and school committee?
I didn't hear the question
I'm
or
sorry.
the request.
Am I right? Yeah. I asked the solicitor, referring to the ACLU report, whether the town can allow public remote participation for just town council meetings and school committee meetings, and not all of the other boards, committees, and commissions. And then if it is possible, I asked the town manager, what kind of budget would we be looking at to do that?
Very good. Anything else to the solicitor? Hearing none, moving to citizens' comments. This is the citizens' comments where any subject can be raised. Citizens have 5 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address. We have a sign-up sheet. Another one? I've got the one that was listed too, and I was reading it, the first one. So the second one, we have Joe Truax of 9 Eddy Street, Eddy Drive.
Mr. President, may I take the liberty and address what the town manager said about the meeting?
You could ask the
I
chair.
have this is timed out, just trying not to get my 5 minutes. The general election was not voted on at that meeting. I just want to emphasize that. I was unable to attend because of work commitments. So just so you know, the general election has not been voted on to be held at the police station.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear properly. The general election was not voted on?
Using the Westerly Police Station for the general election has not been approved by the election board. That will not be done until next month. That vote will not be held until next month.
Okay,
That was told. I know Mr. Lacy was there. I know Mr. LeBlanc was there. I'm not sure of the individual that was there, but they expressly said that the vote will not, for the general election, will not be held until next month.
okay, we'll have to confirm that. Thank you. Did you have other?
Yes, I have another one right now.
You can have 5 minutes.
I'm concerned that emails other than and other correspondence may be being distributed in an unauthorized manner by town employees. I understand that an email sent to a state or town employee becomes public record and is subject to public records request. My concern is not that items are being distributed when properly requested, but rather being distributed because an employee may feel that that subject of the email or correspondence is unwarranted and frivolous and is being sent to individuals that have no town affiliation or involvement with the issue. An example of this is the email that was sent to the Rhode Island Election Board. On the 15th, that email was sent on 7/15. Again, I understand that once that email was sent and opened, it became public record, but it also became an official record. That email was subsequently sent by the Board of Elections executive director, to individuals of the town. I do not know the exact distribution, but suffice it to say it was sent specifically to town employees and requested that town representatives attend the meeting on the 20th. That meeting was subsequently moved to the 23rd. That email was distributed to the members of the Rhode Island Election Board again, and also to town employees. That meeting got over at 4 o'clock. Mr. Lacy and Ms. LeBlanc can probably confirm that. At 4 p.m., that email was sent to the original sender via Facebook. So I want to know how that email got to a Facebook post. It was not posted on Facebook. It was sent by a Facebook poster via Messenger. The email itself. The individual in question is not a town employee. If no request was made for that email, how did that email get out? That's what I want to know.
Okay, thank you. Our process is to ask for all comments and then the councilors respond. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this time on any subject? Yes, please come forward. Okay. That's all right. Please just state your name and address.
Shannon Wagner, 150 Glen Rock Road in West Kingston. Well, I run a hot dog cart over at Home Depot, and I have been trying to get permitted by the town of Westerly for a little while now. I am licensed by the state. I have everything that I need from them. And I have a letter from the manager at Home Depot. Also, in the letter, she states that I have permission from Atlanta, Georgia, which is the headquarters for Home Depot. The letter is not notarized, which is what is keeping me from being permitted by the town. The manager does not feel as though she needs to accept full responsibility for the hot dog cart. She doesn't know anything about health, the standards of running a food cart. And she feels like the letter that she wrote should be sufficient. I have the letter with me if anyone would like to see it. The reason that I'm here is because I just want to comment on how hard it is to actually have a hot dog cart in Westerly and be permitted with this getting a notarized signature. It really is asking a lot from someone who is really just trying to give me permission to be in their parking lot. I've been permitted in other towns in Rhode Island, and I've never, ever had to deal with this before. So I'm coming to you, I'm looking for advice. Wild Dogs is connected to Home Depot. I don't really have any other places that I would like to set up my cart. I'd like to have them at other Home Depots too. While Westerly is very high on my list. This is my goal. Westerly Home Depot is my local Home Depot. And I've worked 2.5 years to get to this Home Depot. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the people that work there, our carpenters, our plumbers, electricians. They're hungry. They need food. I know that this is the law. I don't know what I can do about it. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. Again, once everyone has a chance to speak, the council will respond. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Bill Mitchell, 47 State Street, Westerly. I have one just simple request. Do not ever again schedule a town council meeting within 2 days of a full moon.
Love it. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, council's response? Please.
Thank you both for coming out. Thank you for everybody watching. I'm confused because I don't have all of the puzzle pieces. So I'm going to respond, but I want to preface that this is the first time I'm hearing about both of these instances. I'll start with the hot dog cart. My understanding is because Home Depot is a private owner, they can say what they're doing over there. So is the problem that Home Depot allows it and we don't?
Could I just respond to the hot dog cart? Because it will probably eliminate 5 minutes of talking
Okay,
from
yes,
seven
please,
from
thank you.
people. So the hot dog cart, the way a cart works is you need a letter from the business, which was provided, a letter from the business, and it has to be signed, and then it has to be notarized, right? To show that it was signed by the business. And you come in, you get a license, very simple process. I believe she's been in a few times. The first note was handwritten in like cursive writing. So we could not, I questioned as well as the clerk did, because Home Depot is a worldwide business. I mean, a handwritten note is not sufficient. So now today there is a note, a letter produced on Home Depot letterhead from the manager. I'm assuming it's signed by the manager. And so it has to be notarized. So when she comes in, we can't notarize the Home Depot signature. So the only thing I can offer you, if you come see me tomorrow, I'll get a hold of the manager of the depot to confirm they signed it, and then I will notarize it for you. We have 15 notaries or so or more in this building. We can certainly handle notarizing it for you, and then you should be good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And then Joe, I apologize, I don't know how to say your last name otherwise. Turex, Mr. Turex. So to wrap my head around it, there was an email or a message that was sent to staff that was not put out on public record at that time. And that, not confidential, but, just to staff email was then made public. And we're trying to find out how somebody that's not staff got a hold of that information. Am I understanding that correctly? Thank you very much. I don't have an answer for you. I want to find one. I apologize. I'm sorry. I have to get permission from
Come on up.
the chair. If-
The email was sent to the Board of Directors, or Board of Election, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Subsequently shared with the town. I understand that. That's not the problem.
Okay,
The email then, a Facebook post was made using the original email sender's Facebook account. That's an evil thing with
yeah,
Facebook. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. But the sender contacted the poster and she sent a photocopy, or I'm sorry, a screenshot of the email.
Hmm.
Since that time, because of the Facebook post, there's nothing more than slander and threats on Facebook. I say slander because she owns a small business.
Mhm.
It's going to impact her financially.
okay.
Threats because a couple of them actually said they wanted to send people in to have her arrested.
I believe I saw briefly. I didn't dig into it. Facebook is a scary place, especially in Westerly groups. I will look into this as much as I can as a counselor. It's really hard with technology and it's really hard in a small town when everybody knows everybody and screenshots are shared far too fast and far too often. I know that that's not an excuse and it doesn't justify what happened.
I need to emphasize, I am not blaming anyone in the town's clerk's office. This came from somewhere else.
It sounds like the Board of Elections. I won't put that in your
No,
mouth, but-
it came from someone in the town. The Board of Elections didn't even get the email until the
I see.
morning of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying.
I would say we need the information to go to the manager and you can ferret it out with your skills. Anyone else want to speak? Councilor LaPetra?
Mr. Truax, I'll just say that if this is the worst thing ever said about you on Facebook, then you consider yourself having a very charmed life. I don't think any answer you get is gonna make you happy. You know, my advice, let it go. But I mean, you get answers if you want, but it's, you know, yeah. Well, I don't think it's gonna have that much effect. People take everything they read on Facebook with a grain of salt. But if it makes you feel better, dig for the answers. I'm not gonna get involved too much in that. Sure. Okay, well, I don't think so. I don't know, I don't even wanna know what kind of business she has, but I'm sorry that if it does impact your business. What kind of hot dogs? You got soggies? Is it natural case and not the soggies? Okay, I just wanna know if you have the natural cases, because I look for those. All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Vandover?
Congratulations. Hopefully you'll get everything done with the town manager tomorrow. Sir, I don't know who you are. I'm a little baffled. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but you know, Facebook is obviously a very ugly place, unfortunately. I'm a little confused. I'm not sure who sent what. If you have a name, but if,
I think
And I-
that
but
it might be best if you.
and I understand that, but without all the facts, how are you supposed to get to the bottom of it? I don't understand. Okay. So with that being said, I mean, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. Somehow, someone here will help you out. It's a little unclear exactly, especially if you're not following it and you don't understand the situation, what's going on. So thank you for coming and expressing your concerns.
Thank you. Any other councilors,
Very-
Councilor Aiello?
Very quick. I would just say, start with the manager and see where it goes, and you can talk more personal stuff and names and all that, figure stuff out. And then if the council needs to get involved in something, they can, but you, I would. All right, and then, you know, and if there are threats or cyberbullying, I don't know if the police or whatever, but you file reports and such, but you said this probably isn't the best forum to do it, but you brought it to light. And let's, now the council, I think, I'm hoping the council will say, talk with the manager, and let's see, the council is aware of it now. So hopefully we'll be able to keep up with it. It just, you know, damage has been done. I mean, damage is done. I mean, people have said stuff about me, and I'm not trying to equate it. You know, people have said all sorts of lies about me on social media and all this other stuff, and other councils have had it worse than me. So, so it can relate a little bit. But talking to manager, and he's nodding his head, absolutely. So try to keep the communication lines open. And then, yeah, matter of fact, I think I saw a post about you on Facebook, about the hot dog cart, rather. So good luck with that, and we'll move on. Thank you.
With that said, please.
Yeah, so just, and I just heard you say you already spoke with the manager. I didn't speak with you. What's that? I spoke with your wife. Oh, you keep saying the author of the email. No, I understand. I'm not saying any names. We received, if you're referring to the email, you're confusing me. There was an email that was sent to the entire town council, the town solicitor, myself, and the clerk. It came from the Board of Elections?
You know,
Okay.
this forum, I just
Yeah.
want to summarize for the public, this is not a forum to bring individual names in without any real facts, without any vetting. So we don't want to disparage anyone that
Yeah.
doesn't deserve it
No,
or
I
make
understand.
accusations.
And then there was and I'm assuming, and maybe I'm wrong, so there was that one email that came from the Board of Elections, which went to the council, the clerk, and myself. Then I had a conversation with your wife on the phone, and then there was a second email that went to, if it went to the Board of Elections first, I'm not sure, but then it came to the council, the clerk, and myself.
It's important to have a separate
Okay.
meeting, Mr.
Yeah,
Manager.
okay.
I
No,
know,
I understand.
I
just
know
want
he's
to make sure.
disparaging your manager, but, and I
yeah,
don't
but
believe him for a minute.
I understand, but he's making a comment that he already spoke with me.
Yeah,
And
I
obviously they
understand.
weren't happy with the fact of speaking with me. I'm getting that impression.
I think you should try again if you
So
thought you
I would
did.
ask you to reach out to me, and I'll go through everything with you, and I don't, if I can get you any answers, I certainly will, by all means.
Thank you, thank you. I didn't want to bring this into the public forum too much. That concludes citizens' comments and council's response, and I'll entertain a motion to go into
Motion,
possible executive section.
Motion.
Laws 4246-4 and 4246-5A2 litigation, Watch Hill Fire District et al. Versus the town of Westerly et al.
Motion to go into executive session and extend the time. I'm putting him.
Separate motions, you're required to separate them if somebody asks for it.
Okay, we have the motion to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Council Healy. All in favor?
Up, discussion.
Aye.
I'm sorry, it has to be a poll vote.
Up, discussion too.
All right, discussion?
Okay, now it's 9:30. Motion to extend the meeting.
There's already a motion on the floor.
I think we're dealing with one motion at a time.
See what you have to say about not doing executive session.
Council
May I
AL,
speak?
discussion?
Thank you. Yes, I just want to make it publicly known, because I don't know if I want to stay for the whole executive session, but I want the public to know that if I'm going to be expected to make a vote on anything in executive session tonight, I want to bring the document home, if there is such a document, and review it at my leisure. I'm not going to be forced to review it in here for 20 minutes and then approve it.
think that's premature to make that, but thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, I'm gonna piggyback off what Mr. Aiello said. We have some sort of informal town council rule. We have a lot of rules about executive session that I don't agree with this particular 2 years. And one of those rules is councilors, elected councilors are not allowed to review material at their own leisure. We have to make complicated legal decisions almost in front of a firing squad with 5 minutes and trying to read through things. It's beyond ridiculous. So I'm an absolute no on anything like that. We could go through the motions if you like, but that's how I
Any
feel.
other discussion? Poll vote to go into executive session with that backdrop. Counselor Van Dover? Counselor Aiello?
No.
Yes.
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 No.
No.
Chair votes yes. There's no obligation that I know of that you have to go to the executive session, but that's up to you. Counselor Shalaba,
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting, please.
we have a 4-3 vote.
We have
to go
4-3. We're going in executive session, so I'm motioning to extend the meeting.
Second.
All in favor to extend the time to 10 o'clock?
Aye.
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 Oh. You already told her that?
The town council adjourned the executive meeting and sealed the minutes. Vote was taken for direction 6-1 and adjourned after that.
Motion to adjourn
And seal the minutes.
and seal the minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council. We are now adjourned.